A Link to the Past, and it has like all the dungeons and boss fights, and really neat. I don't know if you guys are the fans, if you're interested in comics or just an item for the collection, I had to have it. So really cool so far. But yeah, sorry guys, that was long-winded. But yeah,
a lot going on. And who always has a lot going on? That's Thunderstash over there. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been busy. Great. Staying busy. Lots of game reviews. I had one go live at 3 this morning for Chain Staff. That was when the embargo was. I had to double check that a few times. I'm like, is it really 3 o'clock in the morning? Okay, just making sure, because it was like CET. So I had to make sure I got that translation right. But lots of games I'm working on. Decent amount I can't unfortunately talk about, but if you guys saw how I ended March, I think I did 13 days straight of reviews, and then it was a little bit of a break. It's not because I needed a break, so it's because there's embargoes, and I'm working on stuff that I just can't release yet. So more to come, a lot more breaking off next week. But that's it, man. Just happy to be here. Lots to talk about today. Lots of good topics.
Okay. Then there's me, guys. How's it going? Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. One quick announcement. Obviously, you guys know we are missing the sock man extraordinaire, our Spice Lord. Eric Moore is unfortunately not with us today. He is okay, but he is dealing with a bit of a personal crisis that he's dealing with right now. But he's fine, like health wise and all stuff. Nothing to worry about there. It's just he just needs some time. And he decided that this week was a good week. And you know what? We have 3 guests this week, so I guess it kind of works out. Because he was looking at it, he knew he was going to need to take a week off to deal with some stuff. And this is the one he chose because next week it's raw dog style. Next week it's just the core 4. So he'd be really missed next week. So yeah, so he decided he would take this week off so he could deal with some stuff. So you guys can keep him in your thoughts and prayers for the stuff him and his family are going through. That said, let's go ahead and get to our topic roulette. We got 4 juicy topics today. And guys, this is maybe the first week in podcast history, besides when I was gone, that I picked none of these topics. Literally, I didn't come up with a single topic this week. That never happens. usually I pick all the topics, or I at least pick some of them, and then I ask the fellows for some ideas. This week, every topic was topics that they came up with, which is awesome. I love it, and that's why we have such great variety today. So let's go. Who wants to go first? We only have 3 of us. One of us has to take 2 topics. So who wants to go first? Because whoever goes first goes last.
I'll go first.
Okay. Which one do you want to start?
I will take, let's see. I'll take topic 3 and 4. Yeah, the ones I gave.
Just right off the bat. All right, 3 and 4. So the Great Pricing Wars, and then the Twitch 2 game delay stuff. Yeah, those were Stash topics, so not surprised he's going to take those. Gamer, which one do you want?
Yeah, I'll take topic 2. Star Fox this month.
There we go. And then that leaves me with Luigi's Mansion. Oh, I'm so excited I really hope these rumors are true for Luigi's Mansion. By the way, the rumors aren't like that crazy, but guys, are we gonna go to Luigi's Mansion this generation? I think all of us know. Yeah, of course we're gonna get it. Why wouldn't we get more Luigi's Mansion? Oh yeah, 3 just sold 15 million. We're just not gonna make this anymore. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, we'll get to that in a bit. So Stash, what are we gonna start with?
Well, I think I just got my stream set up.
Yep, it looks like it. Looks like it's up and running. Yep.
Mine should be up in a moment. If it's not,
let's start with the Switch 2 games.
Cool.
Continuing to be delayed. So this has been interesting. Obviously, the news dropped today about 007. A lot of people are sad about it. When the news first dropped, the headlines were very misleading. I don't know if you guys noticed that. But the headline that was being used and then reused everywhere was that it's delayed indefinitely, as a no end. we don't even know if it's going to come out.
I saw Nintendo Everything have that headline originally. I was like,
jackasses.
what the dude, they said summer.
Bro, come on, man. What? Come on.
It says it right in the tweet. It's summer.
Yeah, it literally says summer. And it's coming out, was it May 27th, right? Memorial Day weekend. So yeah, summer. I mean, a few more months and then it'll be on Switch 2. You do some extra polish. So that news drops today. However, this does join a few more games, right? And one of them being Borderlands 4. And we know Borderlands had some performance issues as well on other platforms that are considerably more powerful. But then also, and I want to throw this out there because I've watched some videos when I'm at the gym, I'll listen, and people are talking about games coming out on Switch 2 soon. And I'm seeing all the channels, all the regular channels that I watch, saying that Lego Batman's coming out for Switch 2, on May 22nd. I'm just like, no, this was delayed months ago. So I hope this isn't news to anyone, because that would be bad news right now for you. But this was delayed months ago. I went to Lego Batman's website just to check, make sure this wasn't like a Mandela effect or something. Maybe I'm smoking crack over here and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I double checked. It's like, not sure enough. It says, the Switch 2 edition is coming at a later date that we'll announce at a later date. So it's extremely vague. So then you got that. Factor in the rumors that, again, I fully believe I had it on my one of my bingo cards, but about Starfield for Switch 2. Fully believe that was, and possibly, very possible, still is being worked on. And then we look at one of the titles that's been out there. I've played it. Bird, you played it. Prime, you played it. Ryan, you might have played it. And Jonathan, you might have played it, but Elden Ring on Switch 2. Again, it's funny. I wrote this topic, and then maybe an hour later, I saw on X that Elden Ring for Switch 2 went up for pre-order on Amazon. No date, though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And that's a whole topic in itself, the reaction to that going up for pre-order, which I think we should touch on. But that's 5 games right there. Big games. And I got to ask you guys, do you think there's any cause for concern here? Or do you feel like you know why this is happening? Curious to hear your guys' thoughts. I have my own opinions on it. I'll go last, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
I have a thought.
Yeah.
I think messing around with the DLSS is a little bit different, because if you think about the other consoles, they're running AMD. So, I mean, there's FSR or whatever, but DLSS is obviously, from what we've seen, it's more powerful. It does a better job of upscaling what the game actually looks like. So I think that devs are not running into issues, but it's taking them more time, instead of it being kind of a plug and play like it is on PC. Maybe I don't know, because of this very specific version of DLSS. What is it, like a 2.5 kind of whatever it is? I think that may be, I don't want to say causing some issues, but that may be putting some extra time into development. But I don't think there's any need to be concerned. I think Lego Batman, I think Lego's a big enough company, like specifically with that game. I think Lego Batman, they're a big enough company where they're like, we have to get this out on the Switch because, hello, it's Lego. But like Elden Ring, I think Elden Ring, we saw early, like how it was running earlier. When journalists got their hands on it, and they were like, nah. I haven't played it yet. I've been waiting to play it on Switch too. But I don't know, I think some games are just, there's no need to be concerned if they're like a newer game that's launching. I think it's just weird. Borderlands, that's a mess everywhere. I had it on PC. It wasn't running great. I got it on PS5. I asked them for a different code for PS5. It's like, that's just them. But I don't know. I think it's just very random. I don't know about 007. Didn't they have like AI specs at first or something like that? 007?
Well, 007's been interesting. I think when the PC requirements were first announced, and Nate, you might recall this too, but if I recall, the PC requirements were extremely high.
Yeah.
And it was a cause for concern because it's like, oh my God, this game is like absolutely not optimized. Are these really the stats? Like, is this really what we need to run this game? And I know that when I saw that, my initial thought was like, well, those will tighten up as we get closer to release because that's how it always happens. But even after tightening it up, I'm like, oh no, that's gonna run on Switch too. Even if it's better at launch, it was pretty rough. So yeah, 007 had some interesting things going on with it for sure. And to your point, I will say that I kind of share the same sentiment as you in that, hey, look, Borderlands 4 was a mess everywhere else. 007, again, it seems trying right now. Like when they showed it on console, there was a lot of folks, I would say a lot of folks online who partake in the console war BS that weren't even happy with how it was looking on PlayStation and Xbox.
There, if I remember correctly, Bond had a trailer where it showed like some sort of a car escape or a car pursuit that had like major performance issues. There was a lot of like stuttering, right? Yeah.
Yep. And that's where people were like, dude,
that.
If it's running like that, how's it going to run on Switch too, right? I mean, I think that's all everyone's initial question. And it's very similar to the questions we had during the Switch era, right? When a game was multi-plat, if you're showing a trailer from, the PS4 or the Xbox One edition, and it doesn't look good, well, how's it going to run on Switch then? There was like a genuine cause for concern. But Lego Batman, I think, is the one that is pretty unfortunate that's not going to be their day and date. Because I think a lot of people within the Nintendo community were really looking forward to that. And they were looking forward to that Arkham style combat in a Lego game, because of course those Arkham games are absolutely beloved. So it was exciting for everybody. So you get a little bit of both. You get Lego and you get the Arkham battle system. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Let's hear it.
So I think that all of this is simply that they just didn't have the dev kits very long. I don't really think there's anything nefarious here. We could say, oh, DLSS. We could say, oh, it's a different platform. These platforms are made for like x86 architecture. None of it was made for the ARM stuff. And yeah, that all plays a role in bringing games over and porting them over. But, we were hearing, we still hear at times that it's hard to get the dev kits for certain studios. And that some of the big AAA ones like Microsoft, a lot of their studios didn't get dev kits till last year. So game development for these AAA games is like 3, 4, 5, 6 years. When you've had dev kits for sometimes less than a year, yeah, the port might not be ready. You weren't developing it for Switch 2 this entire time. I always thought this first wave for the first couple of years of Switch 2 was going to be really interesting for AAA, because any game AAA wise coming to Switch 2 in that time span did not spend a majority of its development having a Switch 2 dev kit. It spent most of it making it for PS5 and Xbox and PC. So it's really a situation to me where I just think some of the delays are, hey, we like Elden Ring last year. Hey, we thought it would be ready, and yeah, they could have released it in the state it was in. We played it at PAX West. It was playable. It wasn't like you couldn't enjoy it. It kind of took you back to if you ever played Elden Ring at launch on the other platforms. It didn't feel worse than the launch on those platforms. And From Software games are always like that. They kind of have performance issues and all this at launch. So that's what it felt like. But they delayed it anyways. And I always wondered with that particular delay if that was more, hey, we're making an exclusive for the platform, and Nintendo won't let us release the exclusive in that state. So maybe we shouldn't release Elden Ring in that state. Reputation setting on the Nintendo platform to expect our games to actually run well. So that's something I had in the back of my mind, just because they are working on an exclusive. But for all the rest of them, like Borderlands, that just had a lot of individual issues just on every platform. So forget about Switch 2. That game was a bad launch. And then you look at other stuff now, like the 007 one. This one really disappoints me. It's one of the first games that are third-party wise announced for Switch 2. They've shown it several times. We've seen a bunch of even Switch 2 footage shown off on Nintendo's YouTube channel. Really felt like this one was coming along great. This development team already brought Hitman over, so they seemingly got that ported over pretty quick. So it kind of felt like, well, then they shouldn't have a problem getting this ported over day and date. And technically, this was already been delayed. This was supposed to release earlier. And they already delayed it for it to be the May release. And now they're delaying just the Switch 2 version to be a few months later. I just think all of it's just they didn't have the dev kits very long. I think the second wave of AAA games that comes in year 3, 4, and 5, that's where they will have had dev kits for a majority of development. And at that point, there's no excuse to not be day and date. If we continue to see this in 2027, 2028, 2029, we continue to not be day and date with a majority of AAA. At that point, that's an intentional decision to deprioritize the platform. And that would suck, especially since Xbox is not exactly doing well for itself. So it feels like the viable platforms are Switch 2, PlayStation, and PC. And if you're making a multi-plat, you probably should just be on all of them. And they will be, we are, but not day and date. That influences people's decision making. I know people right now that were planning to get First Light, and now that it's delayed, I saw several comments today. Now that it's been delayed, they're like, well, by the time that comes out now, I'm going to have all these Nintendo games coming out, and I might not care to play it then. In May would have been great. I didn't care about Yoshi. I would have played this. And now they're just not going to buy it. So, because that's the thing on Nintendo platform, unlike the others, is, when you release in a month with a major Nintendo game, most people are only buying one game. They're going to buy the Nintendo one. So, it would actually behoove them to get it out before Nintendo gets, say, Star Fox out or Fire Emblem out and stuff like that. So I think it's going to hurt sales for that particular delay. So I think it's just dev kits. I think they just didn't have it long enough, and I'm hoping that maybe it's Hopium that has that to be the case, because the other explanation to me is just they're still not taking Nintendo's platform as seriously as PlayStation, so we're deprioritized.
I don't think it's that. I think it's the dev kit stuff, and I think it's how long they've had it. It's the DLSS as well that Ryan was talking about. I think it's not just one thing; it's a combination of things. I think both those answers are right.
My rebuttal is Chilling by the Fire. I don't know, man. I don't know if you've seen that game, but they got a dev kit. They got a Switch 2 dev kit. So.
Oh, they made it exclusive though, so that's probably how they got that dev kit.
Because we talked about that game because everyone was like, why is it in this direct? It's like because they're taking advantage of all the Switch.
They did everything Nintendo wanted you to do to get a dev kit. It's exclusive.
They checked everything on the list.
We're using the camera. We're using the mouse.
I still need to get that game.
We should stop.
You should do that for one of your live streams.
Well, here's the thing: ATB is a friend of mine, and when that game got revealed, ATB hit me up in my DMs, and he was like, "Yo, Gamebird, how would you feel about doing a Chillin' by the Fire review of Donkey Kong Bonanza?" We never got our schedules to line up to do it, but I was like, "Man, what a great idea to just use that IP to do campfire reviews." I do think a podcast episode on that game would be hilarious and awesome. We're just freaking roasted marshmallows and chilling by the fire.
It should probably be.
Are we relying on game chat for our audio? Because after all, we're chilling by the fire.
Yeah.
We gotta use game chat in the game. By the fireworks.
Yep.
We should probably do it.
Ambient sounds.
Do it for the podcast leading into Fire Emblem. It would only be right.
That would
Fire Emblem
would feel right.
There you go.
Yeah, by the way, I apologize for the audio really sucks on that. I will attempt to hook up my nice mic to my Switch, but I don't think it's going to play nice. It's got to be USB in, and there's ways to convert it, but okay, cool. I swear, by the way, if we do this for real and we're doing the Chilling by the Fire and we're using that in the stream, we better not be using the microphones that are on the Switch 2. We all better be having some sort of headset plugged into the Switch 2.
Yeah.
I don't even care. It's gonna sound like shit. I don't have a good headset that works. Like, it's never gonna sound this good. It's gonna. Take me back to the Xbox days playing Call of Duty, having little kids yell at me.
We need to get that Xbox headset. Remember?
Yeah, I want those 360 McDonald's headsets that they used to give out. Where I was like, I swear, when I was like working in the drive-through, it sounded about as bad as the Xbox 360 mics, and there's just so many horrible things being said in Modern Warfare 2, old Modern Warfare 2.
Someone tells me we should probably test this before we just decide to do it.
No, we're doing it live. Only one test.
I think you gotta keep it raw and organic for the audience.
Yeah, so I just go,
meant to be done.
Look, I see you. Now you're not going to see me on this camera because you're going to see me on the Switch 2 camera. Flip over, chilling by the fire. Here's the whole gang.
It would be even better if we brought our Switches outside.
Oh, we all had our
under
home
the stars.
Dude, have a bonfire with the camera pointed at the bottom. It did. No, I'm going to
do that.
I think the Switch 2 camera, the one that Nintendo released, I'm not so sure it works well in low light.
We all look like Andros.
That's hype. I want to look like Andros, especially in Star Fox Assault, like where he's got them long nails. It was like, ooh, what them nails do.
Yeah.
Anyone else got some thoughts on the Switch 2 game delays?
Oh, yeah, I'll add something. Or if someone else wants to go first.
Go for it, my friend.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'll add to it. I did play Elden Ring at GDC, and it ran just fine, honestly. That version was a lot better than all those demos that came out. I played it on PS5, and it was pretty similar. I guess the time really did help. I think back for this scenario with all these games getting like delayed on Switch 2, I think back to I probably should have mentioned it earlier. I did work for PlayStation for a few years. I worked for specifically the Visual Arts Group and then Insomniac Games, 8 AAA games to my name, which is pretty cool. And one of the biggest things I remember when I was there when thinking of ports and stuff is that a lot of these teams were not equipped to do ports to PC, which was the big talk when I was with PlayStation. Like when I was with Insomniac, they talked a lot about Spider-Man 2 for PC. It obviously came out on PC. Like Insomniac, like they were never equipped to release any games on PC. Their developers they just did not, they had not done that in the past. They'd always outsourced it. And Spider-Man 2 was outsourced as well to, I don't remember PlayStation bought a company just for outsourcing games to PC for porting purposes. And a lot of these companies, especially with PlayStation in particular, they've always they've always relied on the help of another studio that specializes in such a thing. And so with the Switch 2 dev kits being delayed for so many different companies, I think a lot of these support companies that rolled up to help, port games to consoles and PCs, they just didn't have them. And so a lot of these companies are more fending for themselves in a way. And it's also new technology. It's a new platform at the end of the day. The 007 one is one where that doesn't apply because they released Hitman on Switch 2. So I was like, okay, no, they've worked with this architecture before. However, if there was an external partner or not for that port, doesn't matter. They were able to get it out. So there might be something more afoot there. But something like Borderlands 4, where I'm like, okay, well, I don't think Gearbox has released any other games on the Switch 2. This is their first time working with that technology, that hardware. I think it makes a little bit more sense. But then it's also Borderlands 4, where even on like a decent computer, it still runs like dog shit. And I'm like, the thing's just like, what is it? Where it's like optimizing shaders every like fucking 5 minutes. And I'm like, wow.
3 doesn't work either.
I didn't even know that, honestly.
Switch
I was
1,
like,
backwards compatibility doesn't work. You can't even buy it on the shop. If you try to go on the Switch 2 shop, you can't buy it.
So Gearbox is the GOAT of Switch ports, clearly. And I'll be buying whatever whenever I need another paperweight, I'll be or like a coaster or whatever, I'll be buying another Gearbox port. But when it comes to like all these companies, like with the delayed ports, obviously we don't exactly know every single one, and it's probably different for every studio, but I can imagine that because it's new architecture, new technology, lack of dev kits, and lack of external partners to help them, it's probably a really big contributing factor And I wasn't with PlayStation when Switch or Switch 2 came into play with like Lego Horizon. Lego Batman getting delayed, I didn't know that. So I just found out. I mean, I was going to get on PC, but I just found out the days of reliving Lego Batman on Nintendo with the Wii or whatever, long gone, I guess.
Yeah.
But that one that one just is kind of got me shaking my head because Warner Brothers is such a major company. I was like, there's no way they couldn't find an external partner that has a Switch 2 kit to help them out or whatever. Now I'm going to look up the PlayStation one. I freaking forgot what they're called. They helped them with pretty much all of PlayStation's PC ports, except The Last of Us, where Nixus Software. They specialize in just doing ports to PC because so many PlayStation studios, especially the ones that when I was with PlayStation Visual Arts, they worked with a variety of studios. They were an internal support studio. So I worked with like MLB, Last of Us, Spider-Man, even the Callisto Protocol, which was really funny. Still haven't played it though. And a lot of the PlayStation studios just were literally not familiar with like the architecture for putting a game on PC, and so they would outsource it. And I imagine that a lot of these big companies, very similar situation, and they don't have the normal amount of companies to outsource it because it's still so new and fresh or whatever they want to spin it as. But 3 years down the line, if this is still happening, I mean, these companies can't exactly be surprised when they're like, oh, the Switch version sold like shit. I mean, it did come out like 3 years later, and I'm like with Doom, where I was like, it's impressive it runs on this, but hey, I played this like 5 years ago.
Right. Yeah. Good points, man. Good insight.
It's funny because PlayStation did that. They were like, hey, these aren't selling that well on PC. And everybody was like, well, you released them a year after. So
yeah, it's same thing. I remember like when I was with them, they released Sackboy Big Adventure on Steam. And I remember in my head, I was just like, dude, who the fuck on Steam is asking for Sackboy? I'm gonna be real. Like, this is like a Nintendo game if it's not gonna be on PlayStation. They don't release it on Nintendo. And then the thing I remember when I was like there, they were like internally or whatever, they were like, yeah, the game sold. You can look how many Steam reviews there are, like, and you can see that the game didn't sell well or like peak concurrent players. And I'm just like, if they ported like Gran Turismo or something to it, something that the PC market liked, I think it would have been a different story. But when your game comes hella late, it's
They had some issues too with their ports, right? I remember. Was it The Last of Us?
So The Last of Us was a funny one. It was not by Nixus. For whatever, Nixus was like held up in their timeline. And so they reached out to Iron Galaxy, I want to say. And they just did a fucking terrible job. Like, I'm going to just be straight up. Like, maybe it's better now, but like, I was just like, this is going to go down as like, this is like one of the worst. This is like Jedi Survivor bad. I was like, this game has just been out for years also.
Wait, no Jedi slander. Those games, phenomenal games.
I'm talking about the port. Like, I love the games. I love the games. The PC version was just atrocious. I was like, I just gave up and said, I'm gonna just get on PS5. I was like, this sucks.
Jonathan, you play a lot on PC, right?
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, you mostly play. And so I think for a lot of us, like Nate plays PC, I play PC, so I can review games earlier.
Yeah.
Especially when they come to PC first and consoles later. Like, I use it as a utility, but not as obviously my main. I think for a lot of us, we're not playing like those PC ports, like you mentioned, like Jedi Survivor. I'm not playing that on PC. I'm playing that on PS5. So
no, exactly.
To hear you say that it's crappy port, like, that's news to me because I'm not even paying attention. I have no interest in that. So it is interesting.
It's a long run
say that
in PC gaming that consoles have been favorited for game development, and the PC port of the AAA console games are always like trash. Now it's gotten better over the years. It's not always trash anymore, but it's still pretty frequent. I literally, because of how bad it was, I stopped buying anything that comes out on console on PC. I stopped buying it on PC. I'll just buy it on console, and then for PC, I'll stick with my RTSs and stuff that's like exclusive to PC.
Nothing I love more than spending $3,500 on this super ultra fucking PC that can run a NASA space launch, but then the moment you download a AAA game, the thing just doesn't want to work at all. And I'm like,
right?
okay, well, I should have just got the $500, now $600 console or whatever. I was like, bro, like, how much do you want me to
try again?
Yeah,
And
we'll
it's
talk
not
about
like-
that in the next topic, actually.
It's not like they don't know. It's not like the developers don't know. I remember like going into the office plenty of times, whether it was in Burbank or in the San Diego studio, and like the game is choppy as fuck, like on their machines, on their super rigs. And I'm like, they know, trust me, they know it runs like shit. And like the publishers know that it is not in a good state, but it's just, you know, ROI sometimes is more important than anything else.
We'll take our money, the PC community, we'll just mod it till it works.
Pretty much. That's a lot of their thing. They're like, the fans will fix it. They're gonna fucking crack it and take it anyway. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I remember Spider-Man 2. I want to say it was cracked in like 2 hours or something. It was like some record thing.
And the funny thing is, if they know it's gonna be cracked, then just why are you putting all like the Nuvo and all this other shit on the PC versions? It's like, dude, they're gonna crack it anyways. You're just hurting your real customers.
That's just an executive thing. It's just like a checklist. It's like our game's got to have Denuvo. It's got to have several DRMs. Likely they want it online only so they can harvest your data and sell it to some company. I was like, it's there's lots of different.
Yeah.
It just none I love more. Like take forever to upgrade this PC. We got a nice rig. I was like, can run OBS and all these games at the same time. I boot up a game, a basic looking game. The thing doesn't even work all that well. It runs. I was playing like that SpongeBob, like that Titans of Tide last year on PC, and I'm like, this game looks barely above a PS3 game. Let's be real. I was like, I love the art style and the aesthetic, and I get this budget, but I'm just like, why is this running so shit on the PC? And everyone on my comments, just play on PS5 with this performance mode and it's fine. And I'm like, who would have thought? I should have just got the PS5 version.
Mm-hmm. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
That's I mean, what you just explained right there, though, in a nutshell. I think that's why so many people don't mess around with PC.
Oh yeah, that's totally why so many people don't. That's why I did. That's why like half the time when I got Pocopia and I finally started playing it, I booted up. I'm like, oh, it's just so nice. I just start the game up and it just fucking works. What an idea.
I've said it on the show before. The thought of playing a game on PC literally hurts my soul. Like it's soul crushing. And I used to play games on my computer. And I've told this story a bajillion times, but just for context, I work remote. This studio is also my work office, and I'm on Wednesdays, especially. I'm in this room for about 15 hours. Yeah. And you know, I work in 8 a.m. to 5, sometimes 7 a.m. to 5 every day. The thought of staying in here to boot up a game is a hellscape of torment. Throw on top of any sort of troubleshooting just for me to have fun is hell. So I want to be on my couch. I want to kick back, like you said, Jonathan. I want to be able to chill and play Pocopia. Or play,
what an idea!
Anything, Expedition 33, whatever it is, and just relax, be fully immersed in the experience, and not have to worry about that sort of stuff, or feel like I never left work for that matter.
No, absolutely.
Hey, what about when we were growing up though, and you had to install a PC game?
Yeah,
for real, like Day of the Tentacle. You know what I'm saying, or Maniac Mansion, and you got multiple discs you got to put in. Or you got to go, floppies. Yeah, what was it? C-colon or D-colon // whatever, go into DOS.
Yeah.
Dude, and like all the stuff you had to do, it's like if you didn't do it right, I mean, the game's not going to run. You're going to need to start from scratch. And then you may keep doing it, especially when you're a kid, over and over. And you think you're doing it wrong. But come to find out you're not doing it wrong. Your PC just can't run it. But you would never know.
Yeah,
like,
and then
dude, this is the worst
Windows version, and then everything breaks again, and you're like, "Why isn't this working?"
And now it's opened, so you can't return it.
Yeah,
it's like,
I have a lot of memories of annoying my parents as a child trying to get PC games running or Mac games running as a little kid. It was I forget which King's Quest it was. or the
King's Quest
sci-fi
classic.
spinoff. There was like a funny sci-fi spinoff too. It may have been Space Quest. I'm not sure what it was called, but those games, yeah, I used to always have trouble getting it set up.
Yeah,
Just
this happened
finished.
with my cousin's PC. He had a Hewlett Packard,
Yeah.
or it was a Hewlett Packard, and
Did he have the one that was themed like a cow?
no. This was the family computers. It was a serious computer. The only games that were played on it
What
was
the computer? That was their only model for like 3 years. Was one that looked like a cow. It was so stupid.
no. My Uncle Jim would play the
my God, I
PGA
remember
golf
that.
on it, like the PGA 486.
Yep.
You remember that one? It's actually a really good game. But we wanted to play. I remember at Costco, we had picked up Maniac Mansion: Day of the Tentacle, and we had picked up Star Wars: Dark Forces, and that was a prime example of a game that we kept trying to install, only to find out, oh, this new computer that you got, it can't even run it. It's like, this is bullshit, man. That's actually why I didn't play the game for 30 years and why I was so excited to review it on PS5. I literally waited like 29 years to play that game.
Was it worth it?
Actually, it was.
I was gonna say Dark Force is pretty good actually.
It's so good on PS5 with the DualSense controller.
I've only played PC.
They use the triggers and the microphone and the controller, and you can hear, the lasers and everything. It's actually very good. I was very impressed. Night Dive Studios killed it with that, as they do with most games. Okay, so Alyssa, what are your thoughts?
I pretty much share similar feelings as you and Nate with the dev and Jonathan and probably everybody, honestly. I really think it does just come down to either studios not having the dev kits, not being familiar with the hardware and the DLSS and the optimization. I'm not really concerned about it. It does always suck though to see games on Nintendo get delayed, especially if you only play on Nintendo, because you see everybody on all the other consoles enjoying this game that you were excited for and you don't get to play it. So that is really unfortunate. I feel like the Switch 2 can definitely run these games and they're definitely capable of it. Capcom must have
prime example.
They're crunching out 3 games this year, at least that I can think of off the top of my head already, day and date. And so I feel like they most likely had dev kits. The FromSoft situation is a little weird though with Duskbloods and then Elden Ring, but I guess Duskbloods is being from the ground up built for Switch 2, so that kind of makes sense, but it's also a little weird that they're taking so long. I really think it just comes down to the optimization.
I bet you Elden Ring's being done by an outside studio.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. We just don't know because it hasn't released yet to see, but yeah.
Well,
We should have asked about PAX West. We had an opportunity because I know me, Gamebird, and Eric, when Stash was busy sneaking into Nintendo's booth, we actually were talking to somebody from software, and we never thought to ask if they were internally porting it, or
It's true.
I'm sure they would have just told us.
I always forget that the people that the original company doesn't necessarily also make the ports. I always forget about that.
Yeah.
I'm not super into the tech and all the behind the scenes. I'm getting a little bit better, but
it'll be interesting to see how that plays out though. Because Elden Ring is a port, obviously using DLSS, and Duskbloods built from the ground up, able to use DLSS if it obviously wants to, probably will. Because we've talked about that a lot, how it'll be interesting to see how these development studios use DLSS to build a game from the ground up for Switch 2. As opposed to porting it. And that would be a good, case study right there, those 2 games.
Yeah.
Once they finally come out. Whenever that will be. Bird, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not worried about this at all right now. I think when we see things like, as mentioned already, that Capcom has been able to do with the Switch 2, whether it's Resident Evil, whether it's Pragmata. And honestly, we're probably going to be seeing the next Okami on Switch 2. It's possible we could be getting the new Onimusha and maybe even a Switch 2 version of Monster Hunter Wilds, or a specific Monster Hunter Wilds built specifically for the Switch 2. since there is an audience there for that. We've also seen the incredible work from Square with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Obviously, 7 Rebirth is going to be, is going to test the hardware even more. It's a much more expansive experience than the first game. And then I even think of the console launching with Cyberpunk and how impressive. That's a game that obviously had a very turbulent launch elsewhere, and has had quite the comeback story given all the circumstances. Maybe not as quite as epic as No Man's Sky. That's the game that just keeps on giving after letting down millions of people. But I think I'm not worried about the Switch 2 hardware and what third parties can do with it, because I've already seen what they can do early on, and I'm fully confident that the later we get in Switch 2's life cycle, the more and more we're going to see the trend of day and date third-party releases. I could be wrong about that. That's just what I think. That's my personal opinion. Now, I look at this list that you put together with some of these games, and with a couple exceptions, I see Borderlands. The interesting thing of note is that this game was problematic elsewhere. It's not just a Switch 2 thing. This game had performance issues elsewhere. Even Elden Ring, the Souls series is probably my second favorite series of all time. I love Miyazaki as a creator. I love the Souls games, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, all that great stuff. And just from a game design standpoint and a lore and world building standpoint, and artistic stylized standpoint, all S tier in my opinion. I don't think performance is the thing that, at least at launch, FromSoft games are specifically known for, at least with the Souls. Like Elden Ring didn't launch elsewhere running fantastic, and I think we were all in agreement when we went hands-on at PAX West with Elden Ring that, to me, it felt pretty damn close to how I remembered it on PlayStation.
Yeah,
when the game
it was
launched.
blown out of proportion. For headlines, for sensationalism, completely.
And maybe we did. It's possible we did play a newer build, but there's definitely some disconnect between what I experienced at PAX and everything that I read about like a month prior. That being said, the one here that's kind of the outlier for me that kind of bums me out a little bit, and I'd be interested to know the why. And Jonathan may have actually nailed it already, and that's Lego Batman. This is a game I'm very excited about. This game looks awesome. We haven't had a true Arkham game in a while, and Lego Batman is bringing us that true Arkham game, which is a really exciting thing. But yeah, I'm really curious why this one. Maybe it is like Jonathan speculated about, outsourcing and not maybe having. What did you say, John? You were saying like they might not have a specialized team to outsource it to, or the team
pretty
that
much
you have might have an issues.
Pretty
So
much, yeah.
That's the outlier for me. But listen, I mean, games. Yes, these are ports. Some of these are older games, but I don't know. This is a small list of. I mean, I don't really care about Starfield, I'll be honest, and I really don't care about Borderlands 4 for that matter. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not concerned. I think good things are to come. I think these are just some of those examples of ones that don't quite hit the mark on time, but I think good things are to come. I don't know.
I'll tell you what. Fallout 4 on Switch 2. Michaela bought it. She's been playing it. She loves Fallout. I gotta tell you, man. Like, I'll be working, on the projector. We'll walk by her and see she's playing it, and I'll just look over her shoulder for a second. I'm like, God, I can't get over how good it looks on Switch 2. I cannot get over it. And that's a game that, had it not come over in perfect shape, I don't know that I would have questioned it, because it's Fallout, it's Bethesda. Like, yeah. But the fact that it's performing so well on Switch 2, that's just another game that kind of gives me hope, right? kind of builds up that confidence, like the Resident Evil Requiem and how well that performs on Switch too. I think when we look at the big picture and we look at the games that have come out and have performed really well that you guys all mentioned, right? Stuff from Capcom, Square Enix, Cyberpunk, the games that we know are coming as well. And you just kind of take that all in, and then you look at these games, right? And they're kind of outliers outside of, again, the Lego Batman thing. Would have been nice to have got it, but again, maybe they couldn't find a port house to do it. 007, again, it wasn't running. Like, people were upset when the gameplay footage was shown. Like, console folks were upset about how it looked on PS5 and Xbox. So again, that's really not a big concern, right? So I think we could all say that we're really not concerned about this, especially at where we're at. I mean, we're 10 months in. We're 10 months in, guys. They got to get to know the console.
Yeah.
Obviously, they need to have time with the dev kits too, but you gotta know how to get all the juice out of
That's
it.
what I was thinking.
We just finished a maternity cycle. Like,
They
Yeah,
gotta buy
man.
dinner first.
I mean, a lot of developers didn't get dev kits until the Switch 2 was out
THQ Nordic didn't.
for a few months. Yeah. Which is wild, right? So, all right. Anything else you guys want to add?
I think it's funny because, like, since the Switch 2 has been out, it's just been like a bunch of criticisms and, oh, we're gonna boycott it and this is and that. And I can't believe you spent $20 on Fire Red Leaf Green. Oh my god, Pokemon Champions has a $7 starter pack. How dare they? You know, it's just been a lot. So I feel like a lot of these game delays, because a lot of these game delays weren't games that were like, Lego sells well over time because it eventually becomes a $20 game. Like, I want to play it because I like this particular Lego Batman and how this particular one looks. But you know, that wasn't going to be this, you know, oh, it's 10 million sales in the first weekend. It's not going to be one of those games. Maybe 007 would have hit like 1-2 million in the first weekend. But again, like, there's hype around these games. But one, I think the target audience wasn't really Switch anyway. And two, these aren't like, they're like great games, but they're not like. Now, if internally we heard about a 3D Mario getting delayed because they couldn't figure out how to get it to run on Switch 2, I think that's a headline. But, you know.
Yeah, that would be very concerning for sure. But yeah, this to me isn't concerning at all. All right. You guys want to add anything else before we move on to the next topic here?
One more thing. I play games on PC and I don't have issues. I also work from home and I work in IT, so skill issue.
Oh,
I mean, I'm in this room 15 hours also, so
I
Do
just
you
bought a
guys like sitting
5070.
in the same position now?
I don't work in this
The
room.
game?
I have my own office out here that's just like adjacent to my living room that I, you know, but
Yeah,
this is my
definitely,
gaming content space. So
Yeah,
I
so
just
for
bought a
like,
new PC too.
This is me going to work.
Yeah, because you sit in the same spot, which is your thing.
Yeah.
Podcast in 5 minutes.
Yeah, for me, it's nice because if I do play games in here for PC stuff, because it's my better computer, I got 2 different desks I can play at. So if I've been at one all day, I'll just move to the other to play. And then I have my nice laptop, and I'll just take that up to the bedroom, and Yulia will play something on the projector, and I'll just play right there on the laptop, right in bed. So. Yeah, it is really annoying to like work all day in one spot, and then you're like, now I want to play, and I'm not leaving the one spot. Now, if I was in my early 20s, I think that's badass. At 39, nope, I need to get away. I need to feel like I have a life that isn't in one spot all the fucking day.
Hey,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just agreeing. I was saying, yeah, like tomorrow I'm gonna go get coffee and like work from a coffee shop for a couple hours to get out of my house. And then I'm gonna come back and
I used to do that.
Yeah, I should do that when I'm doing research.
I'd go have cigars and work.
Oh, nice.
That was
Hey, we
great.
gotta get a cigar together. I'll fly to you and we'll get a cigar together.
Yeah, I got a place across the street, man.
My question is, does Steam Deck or the future Steam machine, will that count as PC gaming?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a version of it's like a
Sure.
It's a pre-made.
Because I could get down
PC.
with that. I don't have a Steam Deck, but being able to leave my office chair, I can get down with, you know. And I found the Steam machine enticing, but I guess technically you don't really need one if I just take my PC into the living room. But
so the one thing that was enticing to me about the Steam machine, and actually even the Xbox Helix, is there's like a protocol difference with like the HDMI ports on a TV versus GPUs in a PC. So sometimes the GPUs don't play very nice with your TV, and you'll notice like it's washed out or like resolution doesn't look like it's working. It's very weird, and it's different on every TV. I know a lot of people use living room PCs and don't have a problem, but sometimes there's like converter cards. It's stupid. Well, I'm assuming the Steam machine and the Xbox Helix will be like a home console in that it's going to use the correct protocol for your TV. So that's not a problem. So even me, I've been like, having one of those for one of the TVs in the house might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I just don't want to troubleshoot it at all. I just want it to be good to go. That's all I care about. And I know people really like that, but like if I liked troubleshooting things, I'd buy a car that barely works.
There's another
option.
option
Down on the road. That way I have the opportunity to fix it here and there.
There's also another option, Steam Big Picture mode. There's like a way to I can't remember, but like beam it to your TV. So you're not even in the same room.
Yeah, there was the Steam Link, which basically does that.
Short.
I don't know if you can buy them anymore. I think they actually stopped selling them.
Yeah, I don't know if they make them anymore. That was a thing for a bit. Because the reason I bring that up is like Steam and Steam Big Picture and even Steam OS with like Steam Deck, they're trying to solve some of that simplicity problem that some people don't like, dealing with some of that complications. Because look, I play basically PC exclusive games on my computer, and I don't have like any problems. They all run just fine. PC gaming's come a long way in that sense. It used to be you used to have to mess with like every setting to try to get your thing to run well. Now your computer just automatically picks like the best settings for the game based on your hardware, and then you can go in and do it different if you want. Oh, do you want more frame rate? You can go mess with stuff and get more frame rate, or you want a higher resolution, you want this, you want that. But I also like to tinker, so I love PCs. I love tech. So tinkering to me and messing with stuff and getting my game to do what I want, like being able to take World of Warcraft and run it at 4K on a 49-inch ultra wide just because I can, even though it's a terrible way to try to get high frame rates when I'm raiding. It looks great. It looks really good.
Yeah, I will say too. I bought the Steam Deck OLED, and I play it obviously docked for the games that I review, and it's been very easy to use. And so I expect the Steam machine to
simplify
even more simple.
Yeah, that and Xbox Helix I think are really trying to simplify PC gaming for the TV, but they're not out yet, so we don't 100% know. All right. We can probably move on to our next topic, which I believe is Game Bird. What are we talking about?
All right, let's see here. All right, topic number 2. We're going to be talking some Star Fox, my friends. Yes, Star Fox is rumored to be revealed this month for Switch 2 via Nintendo Today/Twitter. According to Nate the Hate, it'll be a classic style game and feature online multiplayer. There is also a second adventure style game rumored, but it comes from a place that's for right now unproven. How do we think this game will be announced, or do we even believe that it's going to be announced this month? And what do we expect the game to be like? Both the first one that, Nate the Hate said is supposed to be a little bit more traditional with online multiplayer, as well as the second rumored more adventure-like version of Star Fox. And do we think Fox and Friends will make it over to Super Nintendo Land? Obviously, Fox was a part of the Mario movie, and that's a really big deal for the character. Do we think that will branch out into Star Fox getting its own movie or TV show potentially as well? Before we jump to our first guest, I just want to throw I've talked so much about Star Fox. I'm more interested in what you guys think, but I'll just throw a couple quick thoughts out there just to get them out of the way and then let you all have the floor. Obviously, I've been very excited about Star Fox for a long time. I haven't shut up about it on the podcast for over a year and why I think it's coming. Very excited to hear some credible input that something's on the horizon. That being said, one thing I was not expecting was for Fox to be in the Mario movie. I've definitely been a believer that if the Mario universe, the cinematic universe, does really well and the Nintendo cinematic universe grows, that there's definitely room for Star Fox to either have a movie or a show, probably leaning towards a show. That's all changed now. I think that's totally fair game. And I do feel that with this character being such a standout in the movie, that if I was Nintendo, I'd be getting that Fox character at Super Nintendo Land, walking around like yesterday, familiarizing, letting kids who just see the movie be like, oh my God, it's Star Fox, and get to have that real world tangible experience. And it also got me thinking, like, how sick would it be to get, because if you guys all have grown up going to Universal Studios, they've done a lot with like the motion rides and the more cinematic experiences. How cool would it be to have some sort of an R-Wing motion simulator ride at Universal Studios? Would be so cool. So I'm curious your thoughts on that, guys, but more importantly, what your thoughts are on these Star Fox game rumors. Let's start with Totally Tubular Jonathan. What are your thoughts on this, my man?
There's a few things for sure. When it comes to Star Fox, I'll be real. Fox's, I won't spoil it, but I'll just say Fox's showing in the movie is probably the best representation Star Fox has had in like 20 years. I was like, I love 64. Like, I'll praise 64 all the way to my grave. But honestly, outside of that, I'm not the biggest Star Fox person.
Sure.
I don't think Zero was. I think the controls ruined it. I think Command sucks. I think that Star Fox has gone through the ringer, and I think Nintendo for a long time has just kind of just thrown their hands up and been like, fuck, we don't even know. They weren't even like the primary developers for Star Fox Zero. I believe it was Platinum Games or Team Ninja, one of those two. And so they were just there for like support and consulting. And so I'm really curious if they are going to actually bring Star Fox back and really give it a shot in the arm, which I think Star Fox has needed for a long time. Usually when the words corporate synergy show up in a creative field, that's not good, but there's a lot of corporate synergy between having Fox have such a prevalent role in the movie and how everything goes in that. And then, it would make sense to have something Star Fox related on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
I could be a negative Nancy and just be like, it says Nate the Hate said traditional game. I'm gonna be real. This is just another Star Fox 64 remake. They're just bringing 64 back.
Don't say that.
Like, that is the
please.
lowest hanging fruit, is that it's just another 64. A Zero, honestly, the best part was when it was like 64. And I would love to just see a new traditional Star Fox game that can get their shit together. Assault was fine. It wasn't like incredible, but I thought it was a good step in the right direction. It did something different. I'd like to just, honestly, I don't even care if it's just 64 again. Like, I was like, I just want it to be fun and to have a control scheme that I don't need to be cracked out to understand. And as for like Fox and all the Universal stuff, Nintendo has proven, if anything, that they are the most, like, you cannot predict what the hell they're going to do. I'd love to see. Sure. I mean, I was just at Universal yesterday because I live over there, but I was at the Mario Land before the Mario ride, and I'd love to see Fox, and I'd love to see all of Nintendo there. Nobody even brings it up. There actually are a bunch of Pikmin in the park. Zelda's in the park as well. I don't see how it's unrealistic to have something Star Fox in the park at all. Even if it's a small little cameo, I would enjoy seeing that. I do love like the characters of Star Fox, but I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that a majority of people playing Nintendo consoles today see someone like Fox in the movie and they go, look, it's the Smash Brothers character.
Sure.
Like, before even Star Fox at this point. I mean,
right.
Like, that's just.
But I 100% agree with you, Jonathan. But I do think, given the reception of this character and how well he was, I mean, I think Glenn Powell did a stand-up job as Fox. I I got to see the movie twice. I saw it once before we talked about it on the podcast, just myself. And then I got to see it a second time with my family. And both of those times, like hearing, because there are a lot of families going to see this movie, hearing kids like laughing and getting excited for Star Fox, a character they're seeing for the first time, I think gives like it's the momentum for the character that the series needs. But will Nintendo capitalize on the momentum to be like, oh, this is like the prime opportunity to create a fan base? So
I think they will. I think Nintendo is very good at recapturing and retaining a lot of their momentum. I think lowest hanging fruit, like worst case scenario for this new Star Fox game, because I think something will come. It'd be a bad business decision, in my opinion, to not have anything. Sure. I think worst case scenario, it's a port of Zero or it's another version of 64. Best case scenario, it's a brand new game that has no ties to anything, and it is truly something actually brand new to like Star Fox as a whole. And I just had another idea about Star Fox and I just completely fucking lost it. Oh, I remember now. Nothing will be worse. I think of Nintendo is very good about capitalizing on all their momentum. They have been with Mario. They have been with all their ports and all of that. I think of the dead opposite of that, which is definitely Microsoft with Banjo-Kazooie. They got Banjo into Smash. That is the most relevant Banjo has been the entire time that I've honestly been alive. I'm not and it's the most relevant Banjo's been in 15 years. And what do we get? No new games, no new remakes, not even a remaster. They put it on Switch Online. And I'm just like,
the remaster would have been the release. Unfortunately, as a diehard Banjo fan, it's like possibly my favorite 3D platformer of all time. I just love that. I love that game so much. I feel like the sad reality is if we did get something after Banjo and Smash, it would have been a nuts and bolts remaster.
Yeah, that's like the worst thing that nobody wants is we ported it to the Xbox.
And then they do the super tone deaf corporate thing where it sells like ass and they go, well, I guess people just don't care about Banjo anymore.
Yeah, I think there's going to be another one. As for this adventure game, I'm going to just give that a nice grain of salt. I remember when I got Adventure when I was a kid and I went, oh man, I love 64. And I went, what the fuck is this? This sucks. I was like, this is nothing like 64 at all. I got rid of it. I was just so unhappy with it not being like 64. But I'm going to just give that a grain of salt. I would love to see Star Fox come back and genuinely be good. I think something good that isn't 64, but we'll have to wait and see.
There. Awesome. And then lastly for you, Jonathan, last part of it, what about Star Fox and Friends getting their own movie or a possible show?
That'd be great. More Star Fox is better. There's so many stories and characters with a lot of lore and history. I think that's the part that a lot of old heads really love about Star Fox. I say old heads, anybody that actually remembers when any of the games came out. At this point, as the lore and the characters have so much potential and value, and I think that it's just ultimately underutilized more than anything else. But they definitely can't connect it to Command, because I remember Command did 20 different endings and some of them were complete fucking nonsense.
Sure. All right, cool deal. Let's go to Sayaran. What are we thinking, man? How are you feeling about Star Fox given what's going on with the Mario movie? What do you think about these rumors or speculation about these games? And will we see Star Fox break into the theme parks or, possible movies and shows?
Don't judge me. I've never played a Star Fox game.
Nope. Hey, no judgment. Most people have.
Most people sadly. And I've been interested because my first introduction to Star Fox was Melee, and he was one of my favorite characters. It was him and Link. I really loved them, and I thought he was a cool character. But then my big brother was like, the games stink. And I was like, cool, I'm never going to play it. And so I just never played one. So I'm excited because I think that if they do the parks and everything right, if they put Star Fox in front of enough people, we can get a really good experience. But it comes back to them putting it in front of people and capitalizing on it. I think Donkey Kong Bonanza being a game that was rated as high as it was, being as fun as it was, and just coming off the back end, my kids know who Donkey Kong was before the first Mario movie. Now they know who Donkey Kong is. They still, I don't think they care that much about Fox, but they will. They will. If there's a game or something, they see me playing it. They see me playing my Switch 2, and they see something like that. They will. But I think that they have to capitalize on it, and I just don't know. I think for people like me who's never played a Star Fox game, you may have to reboot or like redo some things that are gonna piss off like old fans. But also, how long has it been since we had a Star Fox game? Was it 3DS? Was that it? 3DS?
It's worth pissing off the
I think so
10,000
too.
Fans.
But you know how it's how it's gonna go over. Yeah, I think it's worth 10,000 fans is pretty funny. But you're gonna I know someone talked about like, oh, being able to get on foot and like run around and doing stuff like that. I think because of Smash, Fox is this melee character with a gun, and like I'm thinking like, oh, it's gonna be like an action adventure game, and I can like double jump it, but that's not what Star Fox is.
No.
So I think there's some stuff there they would have to iron out. But if they can potentially get that ironed out and put Star Fox in front of especially the kids who just watched the Mario movie, I think you have a franchise that could easily start to creep into Zelda numbers if you get it. Like, if you can do what you did with Zelda, and you can do that with Star Fox because you already have this brand recognition. And so off rip, if you say we got a brand new Star Fox, it's $70, me as a guy who knows who Star Fox is and my kids like it, let me go ahead and grab it. You know, I think that you can get a lot of people across the world to do that, but just all depends on them. So
for sure. Awesome. Yeah, that's why I say like I feel like they should have had that Star Fox actor, you know, like the person in the full Star Fox costume walking around that park right at launch week, you know, just because people are going to see that movie, kids are going to see that movie, and they're going to want to go to that park, and then they're going to see that character they just saw in the movie, and they're going to get excited, and that's like then it's, you know, it builds that curiosity into these new characters. Alyssa, what are your thoughts on this one? Star Fox, new game. We got a couple game rumors here, one from Nate the Hate, one from, you know, a less credible source, as well as thoughts on Star Fox potentially landing at the Nintendo theme park and the potential for Star Fox to take flight once again in its own film or TV show.
So don't feel bad, Sayaran. I'm in the same boat as you. I did try Star Fox 64 though. I played like the first level and I wasn't really too into it. I just think that like on rails gameplay isn't really for me. So the rumored game for next year with the adventure kind of elements, that sounds a little more interesting to me. If this one that's supposedly coming out this year has more than just the on rails, that also interests me. I just think that there's not enough variety to really keep me personally interested. I do really like the characters, and I'm also like I was introduced to them through Smash Bros. And like he was saying, you know, Fox is jumping all around doing all this cool shit, but he doesn't really actually do that in the games. You're just kind of flying around. Like I only did the first level, so all I can really judge it off is the first level. Is you're like flying around and shooting and like taking down bosses. But I am really curious on this game. I really want to see it. I thoroughly enjoyed Fox's appearance in the movie. Just me only knowing him from Smash and not knowing too much about him and seeing him portrayed the way he was in the movie was like caught me off guard, but I really, really liked it. As far as like a TV show or a movie, I could see either one happening. I think a TV show might be a little cooler, especially like not to get like too spoilery, but when they change like the animation type style during one of the cutscenes, or flashbacks, like if they did a show in that style,
Very
that would be really, really
show.
cool. And like that was one of the moments in the movie that I actually teared up, and me not even playing Star Fox and that like getting me in the feels. I think that might say something. I don't know. I just really like that, and I also thought about you during that scene, Gamebird. The one thing. I know you guys talked about it last week, so I don't want to say too much, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
I felt bad when he took shots at Slippy, but you know, what can you do?
Doesn't I feel like that's a thing that people do though. Just me being on the outside, I just feel like I just see people shit on Slippy all the time.
it's true.
Yeah, someone asked in my live stream last night, like Gamebird, who do you think is the Lando to Star Fox? And I think I said Slippy. I don't remember.
I think you did.
But either way, yeah, good stuff.
Go ahead. No, you
I
go.
was just gonna say I agree with you on that 2D art style if they went the show route. That was gorgeous, and I think
I think that would be a really sick looking
80s
show.
and 90s vibe suits the character so well. So great point there. But go on.
Yeah. I really am leaning heavily towards it being announced in the Today app, although I don't really think that's a great idea. And especially if you're rebooting a franchise that hasn't been around in so long, I feel like it needs a little bit more attention, like a direct or like a dedicated type of event for it, not just like, here you go. But also with the way the internet works, things spread really fast, and word of mouth could also like push it, like people like clamoring like, holy shit, did you guys see like new Star Fox games coming out this summer? So I think there's like a benefit to both, although I just don't think that the Today app's the way to go, but that's what they want to push, and I get it. But for like the park, I could see it going either way, just because of how much Glenn Powell pushed for Star Fox to make a reappearance. I could see Nintendo being like, oh, okay, all right, we'll do this because, you know, you make some good points about the Mario movie and all that, but we'll make like a game and then we're kind of like done. But I could also see them being like, you know what, you're onto something, Glenn Powell, and you know, maybe we will start bringing a whole bunch of Star Fox into like the parks.
I personally think that motion R-Wing ride would be a mega hit. It wouldn't even matter, like the theme. I just think it's like that. It just works so well with Universal Studios theme, and you make an event out of it. Have Glenn Powell show up for the opening event of the new Star Fox ride in the Star Fox vest and jacket and boots.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Have him be
I'm
the
sure
first
he'd love to do
person
it
to
too.
ride it. You know, have like the red carpet and have the ribbon that they cut to unveil it. Make a whole spectacle out of it. But yeah. All right. Let's go on over to Thunderstash.
Wait. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually didn't think that Fox was going to have that much personality. So that was really interesting too, is when I was watching the movie, I was like, oh, like, yeah, I'm used to him having a personality, but it's like the cool guy, you know, it's I do the cool Smash stuff. So I think they also did a good job of making sure that he matched the tone of the movie and making sure that he was a character that people could like he was likable. So I think that was important too. I think they did a good job with that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I agree. Stash Man, bring the thunder.
All right, what's the first question?
Your thoughts on Star Fox? We've got 2 games rumored, one from a credible source, Nate the Hate, one from a less credible source. That's more adventure style. Do you believe that one or both of these are coming? How do you expect to see them? And then you could dive into the theme park and the movies or show. Yep.
So yes, I do 100% believe Star Fox is coming. I don't have any doubts whatsoever. You need to strike while the iron is hot. It's burning hot right now. People are asking about him. People want to know, who is this guy? Who is this Fox? I liked him in the movie. The kids want to know. There's adults too. Let's be real. There's adults who don't know, right? I mean, you guys haven't played it. You know who he is because obviously you play video games, but there's folks who don't know who Fox is. There's probably folks who play video games on other platforms that aren't familiar. Yeah, I was looking at it earlier and I was looking up the sales history for Star Fox because to me, my mind says Star Fox peaked in 1997, right? Star Fox 64 packaged in with the Rumble Pack. To me, that's where it peaked. Just like Yoshi's Island. Yoshi peaked in 1995 on Super Nintendo. It hasn't gotten better since then. And so I was looking, Star Fox on SNES sold 2.99 million. It's pretty damn good. But again, that was like the future on display. When Star Fox came out in 93, that was like absolutely massive to see that kind of graphics on, 16-bit console. Obviously Star Fox 64, so that sold 4 million. Star Fox Adventure is 1.82. And then from there, guys, it's a steady downward trend. So listen to this. Again, Star Fox 64, 4 million. Adventures, 1.8. Star Fox Assault, 1 million. Star Fox Command, 456,000. Star Fox 64 3D went up because, again, this is Star Fox 64. It's peak, but now it's on the 3DS, 1.07 million. And then Star Fox Zero was absolute lowest at 442,000. Not even 500,000. Now, granted, that's on Wii U. Okay. But if you look at that, right, this is 1997 to where we're at today. So we're almost 30 years. Hard to believe we're talking about 30 years here. The two best-selling ones, though, in the last 30 years is Star Fox 64 and Star Fox Adventures. So naturally, wouldn't it make sense if you're going to bring back Star Fox to get a classic style Star Fox game and an adventure style Star Fox game? The two best selling Star Fox formulas. I mean, this is just very basic ass logic, right? That would make the most sense. And so to me, this is really a no-brainer. Yes. Why wouldn't they? So between the movie and, again, just looking at the sales numbers makes a ton of sense. As far as though, what are we going to get is my question. Bird, like how are we going to expand that formula for Star Fox? As far as the classic, okay? Because I think with the adventure, I mean, funny enough, with the adventure, sky's the limit.
Yeah.
But when you're in the sky, you got some limitations.
Sure.
If you make it too open world, people are going to get lost. They're going to feel like they have no direction. And then that's going to be an issue. And then it's not going to review well, especially if there's not enough hand holding, sadly. And when you give people more freedom, especially in the air, that's going to be an issue. Personally, I would like to see a little bit of open world stuff to it in the air.
Absolutely.
For the classic Star Fox. I just don't know that it's going to be, appealing to the masses, right? Might be to like the hardcore. Obviously, you want to have more missions, more planets. Maybe you can have some side quest, more routes. Just do all the stuff you did before, but more. That's certainly an option. But what else can you do to make it new? That is my question.
It's a really good question. And that's why I think that 2-pillar system of having the classic and is just going to create a really strong foundation for the franchise to succeed. But this was something that I actually thought about. You and I are huge fans, Stash, of the beat 'em up genre, and amazingly enough, like this is a genre that's had quite a bit of a resurgence lately. And the game that really got me back into it, the modern game that got me back into it was really, there's obviously great ones like Dragon's Crown on the PS3, but Shredder's Revenge was the one that was like, we are so back. And then since then we've had Marvel Cosmic Invasion. We've got He-Man coming out and Toxic Crusader and possibly my favorite modern beat 'em up of all time, Absalom, which is a mix of beat 'em up and roguelite experience. Just a phenomenal game. This is a genre that was kind of dead, that made you ask, like, who would pay, like who's interested in this? And these games have had some really nice success. So I think there's a way. Nintendo's going to need to figure that out for the classic Star Fox, but it does need more. At the very least, there needs to be more than just the 64 package.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I really don't want a remake of 64. I really don't.
No.
And I just feel like there is just so much you could do. I look at a game I reviewed on the channel. Again, this is an indie game, but First Squadron Phoenix.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh yeah, I really enjoyed it, man. And they did things in that game that I thought, this is a great like modern gameplay hook to put into a rail shooter, to where you're upgrading your ship at the end of every level. You're buying upgrades. You're putting add-ons to your ship, so you're not getting upgrades like within the level like you would with Star Fox 64. You're not finding bombs to add to your arsenal. You're actually adding weapons and different things to your R-Wing is what I'd like to see. Like that's just one option. And of course, when it comes to like the different routes, there should be different missions within levels as well.
Yeah.
And depending on if you do the mission, it might take you here. And if you don't, it'll take you here. And to where you actually have multiple different outcomes, because that would increase replay value outside of, the multiplayer, which again is another thing that was in the rumor, was the multiplayer.
Yeah.
And we talked about that too, and how they could use it with game chat and make your face look like it's the Star Fox square.
Yeah.
Just like in the game,
Absolutely.
which I think would be hilarious and very Nintendo-like to do.
Stash, I think boss fights too is another way that they could really go super cinematic, just larger than life and just wild boss fights that are visual, like, make the whole boss fight this insane set piece that just has people like, holy crap, this is epic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's one area where they can really, go above and beyond what we would expect from a Star Fox boss fight.
Yeah, I think there's a lot they could do, right? Like they could throw some RPG elements in there as well. They could give you like control over your wingmen and like actually direct them.
That's a good one.
Obviously the open world part, it can't be full open world though. But you can open it up to where like it starts on rails and then it goes kind of open zone.
Yeah, they could do zones with planets. They could just let you land on different planets, and now you have explorable planets. There's ways to do it. It's just, will they do it? And
exactly.
Will be, because I don't want to stay on rails. I feel like we're in the season of gaming that we're in, and like all these different, like there's so many. Crimson Desert is this game that everyone's playing, and there's like, it makes no, I'm saying it makes no sense, but there's so much to do, and so you can't like live when we have these type of games and then give us something on rails and charge the same amount of money, because Nintendo's going to charge 70. You can't do that. That's not going to fly.
Yeah.
There's an old PC game that I always whenever I talk about Star Fox on my channel, I always reference this game because I would love to see Star Fox take some cues from this title. It's an old PC game called Freelancer. I don't know if anyone here has ever played it before.
It's a deep cut.
Ton of fun. Yeah, it is a deep cut. I used to be obsessed with that game back in the day. But it's like your full open space exploration with dogfights and space pirates, and you spend like 90% of the game in your ship in space battles and exploring and going to different space stations. But you get to dock at the space stations, do ship upgrades, and enter the cantinas and pick up side quests and meet shady figures. The thought of like going into a cantina with docking at a space station, entering some sort of space cantina with Fox, picking up some side quests, getting caught up in political conspiracies, where the core of the game is in space, but it lets you have those moments where you're getting to see Fox in the third person and getting to interact with the world and environment. Like you could even make a core classic Star Fox game that just has that extra element to it that really levels up the experience or modernizes the experience, that and still save a lot of that more Ratchet and Clank style Star Fox stuff for a second pillar. But that's just a thought.
You just explained Star Wars Outlaws. Did you know you just did that?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
I think that'd be cool too, by the way. Yeah, with the adventure style title, I honestly would like something akin to that with what you can do with Outlaws. I'd like to be able to go to different planets, fly there, explore, do stuff. because obviously I don't want it to be just grounded. I want to be able to go places too and fly there and get in my ship and be able to upgrade it as well and do all that. So let me get back to the original questions again. Yes, I think they're both coming. I think it makes total sense. Now, as far as the theme park, yeah, man, why not? Like, why not? I firmly believe, we've talked about this a lot on the podcast. You know, being an 80s kid, being with Nintendo since then and watching where we started versus where we're at today, I think it's entering the golden era for a lot of reasons, right? So it's not just the gaming, but it's the movies, right? It's the theme park. It's all these things that as a kid, I was like, man, I wish they had a Nintendo theme park, you know, or I wish they had a Legend of Zelda movie. That's the one game, you know, movie I'd love to see. And it's all happening now, which is crazy. So this is very just much entering the golden era. And I think that all the things that we'd like to see are going to come to fruition, like Star Fox being at the theme park. And as far as a TV show or a movie, I think either could work. You know, I also think about Metroid too. You know, we'd all love to see Metroid in a TV show or a movie. They both take place in space. Does Nintendo want to have 2 TV shows or movies about space? Maybe make it 3, because I guess Mario's out in space too now. So I got to ask those questions as well. How much time do they want to spend in space, I guess? Or does it even matter? Right? I don't know. It doesn't matter to me, but does it matter to them? I guess
maybe if they're like drastically different. Like they do like live action movie for Metroid and then maybe like the 80s style cartoonish for Star Fox. So it's a little bit different. Appeals to slightly different audiences.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they do it with the animation.
I was gonna say
think about that.
I don't want to too spoil it, but I mean, Samus's ship is in the Mario Galaxy movie.
Yeah,
for that 2 seconds or whatever, but it is.
We talked about that leading up to
it's
the
pretty
movie,
cool.
How it would make sense for Samus to be in the movie because it takes place in space. So naturally, you'd think there would be some sort of Easter egg there. We talked about it before the movie, and then that was my prediction. And then I saw the movie. I'm like, yeah, it's too bad, you know, Samus wasn't there. That would have been cool. And then the internet's like, whoa, wait a minute. Samus's ship is there. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. There we go.
No, I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah, love to see that. So I think that answers all of them, right, Bird?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just excited for it. Allow Nintendo to cook, do your thing. I'll be there. I'll be there to play it.
Oh yeah, good stuff. And I'll just throw this out there. I know I've mentioned this before on the cast, but just for everyone listening tonight, unfortunately, we'll never get my dream Star Fox movie. And what that is them using Jim Henson to do the puppets, like not just like what we got for that E3 or that special E3 direct with the puppets, but I think back all the way to the SNES with all the promotional artwork where, you know, it's the classic characters, all the puppet forms on the posters and stuff like that. Stash is going to go grab it, I bet. But that was, if they did a just like the puppet forms in the R-Wings and stuff, I would freaking love that. But anyways, let's head on over to Primal Rage. What are your thoughts on this one, man?
Okay. So first off, I don't think the adventure one's happening.
Sure.
I think that rumor is just bullshit. But I'd be happy if it did. I'm not gonna sit there and deny that it's possible. Of course it's possible. I just don't feel like there's two Star Fox games in development at the same time. Not till they see how well the first one does. Yeah, obviously I believe in Nate the Hate's overall stance that we're getting one revealed this month and releasing probably in June. I think he's just too in the know and doubling and tripling down on it since this podcast. So sometime this month, obviously. Them doing it via Nintendo Today or Twitter, not a huge fan, but that's all they did. That's what they did with Splatoon Raiders. Clearly, they're going to keep using Nintendo Today to do some game reveals here and there. The question is, would they reveal like a 3D Mario or a big 3D Zelda that way, or would they put that in a direct? I don't know. The thing is, we don't really know what Nintendo's direct strategy is for Switch 2. It's obvious at this point. At best, we're going to get 2 general directs this year instead of 3. But are they going to be hour-long directs, and is that like the new standard? I don't know. So, yeah, Star Fox. Some people get nervous when they hear the classic, or they hear, or are they going to reboot Star Fox again and tell the same story again? I look at it like this: any franchise that's been on the shelf for a while, I think Nintendo, at least what they showed with Switch 1, and even when it's not on the shelf, just when they want to turn the page, they basically release a game that's like a pseudo reboot, right? Like you can even go back to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, while it's still part of the official timeline, not technically a reboot, it retcons so much stuff that we knew about Zelda beforehand, including an entirely different Imprisoning War than the actual Imprisoning War that happened already. It's like, okay, well, you're retconning all this stuff. You're basically pseudo rebooting the franchise without calling it a reboot, right? And then they brought Donkey Kong Bonanza out. Look, I know that it might not be technically a reboot, but it doesn't really connect that nicely to any other Donkey Kong game. It kind of just is its own thing, which, again, kind of feels like a reboot. Of course, it's been 25 years since we had a 3D Donkey Kong, so okay, can make some sense there. Well, we haven't had Star Fox and Star Fox Zero, and well, they can't seem to top the N64 one, and they kind of keep telling versions of basically that original story. I do think this will be a reboot, but I think it's going to be not what people fear, because look at the couple examples I gave of like pseudo reboots they did. They weren't retelling something the series has done before. They did something new. They reset the slate to a new expectation. And I think that's what they're going to do here with Star Fox. They're going to bring it back with a new design, a pseudo reboot, and it might have some things from the original story or some things from the original Corneria run and all that stuff. But I think it's going to be a lot of new. I think it's going to be a lot of new stuff, setting up all new lore, a lot of new. And in that case, some people might be mad. Oh, you're not continuing. Well, look, they've been having a really, really hard time continuing off of what Star Fox used to be. So fuck it. Throw it in the trash. Act like you're making Star Fox for the first fucking time. Come out, do what you want to do that sets you up to have future Star Fox games. Yeah, because I don't know that when they made Star Fox back on the SNES and the N64, they really were thinking, hey, how does this something we can do every generation? They didn't really think ahead. They just kind of made the best game they could make at the time. Didn't really think how this could evolve moving forward. I think if they come in with a plan where they're planning to make multiple Star Fox games moving forward, you need to reboot the thing and set it up that way. And you could do it. People are like, oh, going to retell the same. It doesn't need to be the same story. It's a reboot. They can tell any story they want. They can set it up any way they want. They don't have to retell the story of the other Star Fox games because it's a new series. It's a new, it's like saying Prime 1 would have to retell the story of Metroid, the very first Metroid game. No, it didn't. It did its own story. That's what we're talking about. Like, have your own line of new Star Fox games come in hot as well. So yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. I also think it's going to be a very pretty looking game. I don't know what it is about sci-fi, outer space, on rails kind of games. They always look good on every platform all the time. And they must just be easier to make look good. I don't know. but I think it's gonna look it's gonna be gorgeous. The cutscenes are gonna be great. And one of the rumors that's floating out there for it is that I think I can't remember who it came from. It was a journalist.
VGC.
Yeah, VGC. Yeah, they said there's gonna be a lot of comedy in it. It's gonna be a more comedic adventure. I kind of like that. I kind of like the idea of it taking on like a more Guardians of the Galaxy kind of, hey, we have like something serious going on, but also the banter is going to be cranked up to 11. Hell yeah. Some of the best lines from Star Fox are already some of the funny banter moments. But if you think about it, when you play the game, those funny banter moments aren't actually that frequent. They're just extremely memorable when they do happen. So now just have it happen all the time. And you look at the way Star Fox was depicted in the movie, and I don't want to spoil too much, but he was already making fun of his teammates he was the rest of the Star Fox team. He was making fun of them without them being there to be able to defend themselves. So
that was fun.
So I'm like, dude, they are clearly setting up Star Fox to be a super cool, kind of an edgy, cocky bastard with a team that everyone just makes fun of each other. And that's perfect for a brand new Star Fox game. So yeah, I kind of think they were just all setting it up for that. As for other things that we talked about, like it possibly, like Star Fox possibly going to like Super Nintendo World, I don't think if there is a plan for it, I don't think there's a plan to have like its own section. There's a possibility where you could try to do like a combo section where you do like a Pikmin, Metroid, and Star Fox area. That's kind of like a combo area of those three franchises, because I don't know that any of them are popular enough on their own. But if you throw them all together and all of them technically deal with some space stuff, that could be kind of cool for Nintendo. Or, they just end up having just a single ride, which is also just fine. I like the idea that was brought up. I think it was Gamebird who brought it up, the idea of like more like a virtual reality sort of simulator ride. I kind of think that would work really, really well. You can have like, people playing groups of 4, and you're going on a planet run, baby, but you're in like one of those old school flight sims that you see out there where everything's shaking all over the place and lifting you up. That would be so much fun. And
finales with an Andros battle,
Dude, it would be sick. Yeah. So I think that could be really, really fun. That's only if they want to go that route. Obviously, they talked about in this new game how there'll be online multiplayer. They could make it be like a bigger multiplayer experience if they want. If they want to have more than 4 players at once for the Super Nintendo land stuff. That said, will Fox have its own movie or TV show? There was like a leaked document like a year or two ago that kind of gave like Illumination's roadmap, and on there was an unannounced Star Fox movie.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone was kind of like, no way, why would the fuck would Star Fox be getting a movie? And then Star Fox appears in the Mario movie, and you're like, oh, and there's going to be a new Star Fox game. There's like this whole rollout plan to make Star Fox a much bigger character. Not just Fox McCloud, but like the whole crew to make it a much bigger series. I'm like, okay. Well, now that makes a little sense, especially since I don't know if people have paid attention. The reaction to Fox McCloud in the Mario movie has been like nonstop praise. I don't think I've seen a single negative remark. Everyone's really happy with how Fox McCloud was portrayed. And like, I've even seen some kids that didn't even know who he was walking around like, I want to fly an R-Wing like Fox. Okay, well, maybe don't, but it's still cool to have that in your imagination, right? So yeah, I really think that's cool. It'll get its own movie. Another one that was on that list, by the way, was a Donkey Kong movie, guys, which if you know, Seth Rogen kind of spoiled that there was going to be a Donkey Kong movie eventually. Donkey Kong was not in the Galaxy movie. Obviously, he's off doing something else, and that'll be in his movie whenever they have that come out. So yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a movie just because it seems like that leaked document combined with this rollout of Fox and already bringing them back in a movie. It really just feels like it's all led into this big push for Star Fox. My thing is, why Star Fox? Like, why is Nintendo making a push with Star Fox of all of the IPs to bring back? I was like looking at the sales numbers. The sales numbers have never been like off the charts.
It's one of Miyamoto's babies.
Maybe, yeah.
It's kind of like how he wants Pikmin everywhere.
Yeah.
I wonder when he retires, if he does, or sadly passes away, if Nintendo's going to keep putting Pikmin and everything or not. So I kind of wonder if that's just him being like, I want Pikmin here. Yes, Miyamoto-san.
I do have a question. So in the movie, he talks about Fox was like he was in another galaxy and then he got transported to this current galaxy. I don't know anything about Fox's lore. Is that what happens in the games? Because if not, that's literally just going to be the plot of whatever the game or movie is.
Well, that was because he appeared in Gateway Galaxy, which is like a link between everything. That's like
link between worlds. Gotcha.
Yeah. So he went back to his own galaxy. I can't remember his exact words in the movie. It was galaxy or universe, but it doesn't really matter. He clearly is not from this area. And of course, if he's going back to where he came from, that could lead into the game. I'm just saying, it would be kind of, because guys, one thing that's cool about Star Fox, if you've paid attention to this franchise at all, Nintendo's been voice acting this franchise the entire time. Like, it's one of their earliest like franchises that they put voice acting in. It'll be interesting to find out if if this all started, because remember, Star Fox, the official story, I think it was Miyamoto who told us Star Fox was only even in the movie because of Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell was pitching for a Star Fox movie. And then this was probably years ago at this point that he made that pitch happen, which obviously led to that leaked document where there's probably one coming. I wonder if it's like they're like, hey, we're gonna bring this back. What if we have Glenn Powell voice Star Fox in the game as well?
Would love that.
That would be sick. That would, because he clearly is a mega fan of Star Fox, like a huge fan. That's so like having and by the way, he did a great job with Fox in the movie as well. So if that's the personality you want Fox to have, why not just continue it with a guy that loves the character? You ask him to voice Fox, he ain't gonna have a problem with it. So yeah, I think that I think the future is bright for Star Fox. I just back in my mind, I just go, man, why not? Why look, I'm not complaining. I love Star Fox, but I'm like, why Star Fox? I know Miyamoto's baby. Okay, well, it could be a billion other franchises. Like, Nintendo does this too. Like, why did they bring back Famicom Detective Club? I don't know. They felt like it. So yeah, Star Fox. I'm glad it's getting a push. Star Fox is kind of weird too. Remember when they had the E3 and they had the Muppets for it for Star Fox Zero? It's like they always, whenever Star Fox comes around, they always seem to do like this really unique, hard push with it.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier.
The Robot Chicken
on this podcast.
Robot Chicken. Yeah, Robot Chicken. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the Robot Chicken clips like back for the Wii U one. And I remember even that they were like, where's Star Fox? And then Reggie kills him with a laser or whatever.
Yeah. So dude, it's been kind of a fun ride. I'm just ready to see this game. And what's really cool is we're now 8 days into April. Sometime in the next 3 weeks, guys, if Nate the Hate's right, we're seeing Star Fox. And it's going to be a huge talking point on here. We're going to have a very long conversation on whatever the heck they show us.
And worst case scenario, if it doesn't happen this month, we've got a great conversation.
A great conversation on, is Nate done? Are we done talking about Nate? He's wrong. But he seems pretty confident. I mean, he's this confident. Usually it happens. So, and by the way, if this happens, then that reopens so Ocarina of Time remake's real, right? Like, clearly.
And then he'll go, oh, my bad. I had it all switched up. It was actually Star Fox that's getting the remake, not Ocarina of Time. No, that's the lowest hanging fruit. I want to see anything but a 64 remake.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I do think they're rebooting it, but I don't think it's going to be a remake.
They should just reboot
a fresh direction so they can set up future Star Fox games. Like that's the problem they've had. They have no setup for future games. They should just reboot the franchise and set it up properly.
It's Star Fox Zero Switch 2 edition.
By the way, guys, I would love to see adventure stuff in the game. Some of it. It's not probably going to happen, but I would like, because he said classic style. So it's probably just all on rails. Another thing I'd like to see is the online multiplayer aspect. I think there's a lot they could do with that. A lot. You can even go look at the old multiplayer, and that was really fun. But like someone even jokingly on my stream last night brought up this idea of like a battle royale style multiplayer, and I'm like, dude, that would be so sick. Get just 99 of us in our ships flying out there, taking each other out. Dude, that would be so. Dude, a dog fight. multiplayer mode, that would be so fun. Especially if we
But I
could
need it to be like Kirby Air Riders.
customize our
I need to be
ship.
like that game though.
Sure.
City trial and all the power.
I do like the idea of like some sort of a team-based Star Fox multiplayer, and like everyone gets to pick like pilot nicknames, like Top Gun,
Yeah,
You got like Gooses and Mavericks and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Everyone's talking on voice chat. You have to use the pilot names and stuff. I like that.
Oh, dude, it would be perfect for game chat if they did something like this. I do think it's a cool idea. I don't know a full battle royale, but some sort of dogfight mode would be pretty cool. I hope there's multiple multiplayer modes, guys. Like, I think it'll be really fun. And if they ever find one of the modes to implement rankings of some kind of just depends on what they do. So, yeah, I'm just ready for Star Fox, man. I'm so glad we're talking so much Star Fox. Like, Gamebird's been talking for like a year. Others have been talking for a bit, sporadically here and there. Now we're like talking for real. Guys, if this gets revealed, expect a lot of Star Fox conversations from now to launch.
Yep.
It's going to be nice.
It's going to be nice. And that, my friends, is my topic.
Okay. All right.
All right, guys. So, third topic for tonight is the great pricing wars. And, if you're not paying attention, you may not notice this. And so, this is good information. I tweeted about it last week. I had seen something had went up in price, which I'll touch on. I'm like, geez, like that was a huge increase in price. You couple that with some of the other things. Obviously, Xbox has had a few price increases this generation. PlayStation has. And this is nothing. This is unlike anything we've ever seen before. Because if you look back the entire history of video game consoles, the longer you go, the less expensive they become, cheaper they get. And this has been the opposite. Obviously, there's reasons why, sure. We know that. But let's really get into like the nitty gritty of these. So the PS5 price hikes, that happened on April 2nd. And I did the math on this as well, because I think people need to really understand the big picture here. So $5.99 for the digital. Okay. Now, depending on your states, your location, where you live, your sales tax, it's all going to vary. $6.49 for the disk drive. And then the PS5 Pro digital. Because remember, the Pro is digital. $8.99. And if you want the disk drive, which I'm looking at this as a consumer, like if I were to be buying a Pro today, I want the disk drive, yes, 100%. Because I have a lot of games back there that I wouldn't be able to play. $79.99. Mind you, that hasn't went up in price. I don't know if it's going to. We'll have to see if it changes, but put all that in your shopping cart, which I did put it all in my shopping cart at Best Buy. Out the door, it's $1,069.16 for a PS5 Pro with a disc drive. So almost $1,100. I don't have an extra controller. I'm not walking out of there with a controller. I'm not walking out of there with a game. And I spent about $1,100. And I guess mileage will vary there as well on if you bite or not for the in-store warranty. So that's PS5. Then I think it was Thursday or Friday last week, I saw the Lenovo Legion Go 2. And I subscribe to Lenovo, right, or I follow them on Twitter, and I saw the price increase. I'm like, holy shit. And I was like, hold on. Because they didn't give a breakdown, of course. So I had to go look like what the price was versus what it's going to be. And did the math. It's 48% price increase. So to get the Legion Go 2, it's between $1,499 to $1,999. Again, no tax. I'm not even counting tax here. So if you get the top end model, $2,000 plus taxes. And then, you got to factor in if you want to get any type of warranty. And again, this isn't with any games, man. This is just for the handheld device. You're looking at 1,500 to 2,000, which is probably going to be 1650 to like 2,200, something like that out the door. Then, oddly enough, but maybe not because it's not selling good, the Rogue Xbox Ally, the white model, the lesser model, went down in price by $100. It was $600, and then it went to $500. Okay, all this is going on. Meanwhile, the Mario Galaxy movie's out. Everyone's watching it. Nintendo's still charging the same price. And they said, hey, if you buy a new Nintendo Switch 2 console and Super Mario Galaxy 1+2 HD, we'll go ahead and give you $20 off the game so that you can walk out of the store with a new Nintendo Switch 2, a new console, and two of the greatest games of all time, which, again, you go to Metacritic, I think they're number 3 and 5 for the highest rated games of all time for $500. So you look at that, it's like, look at the contrast to where we were when Switch 2 launched versus literally where we are today. So not a week ago, because all these price changes happened, it was the last Thursday. So you look at that and it's like, dude, this is crazy. So $500 for the Switch 2 with, if you pick it up with Mario Galaxy, they give you $20 off. So instead of $70, you're getting it for $50. You walk out of the door, $500 with Galaxy 1 and 2 HD. It plays better on Switch 2. It's in 4K. Everything else, though, like the pricing has gotten quite insane. And I got to figure out, like, what can we make of all of this? Because I've been trying to think, like, bigger picture about this. And I was talking to my lady, Michaela, and I was like, I'm starting to wonder if video games are going to start becoming a spectator sport, like out of necessity, because it's so damn expensive. And I said, people aren't going to be able to, like, afford to be shelling out over $1,000, or in some cases, I know the Legion Go 2 is very elite handheld hardware, right? But you look at all of these prices going up, and it's like people aren't going to be able to afford to do that and buy games. They might just say, you know what, I'm going to just tap out for now and just kind of see what happens in a few years, see how the dust settles. I'll still follow gaming. I'll still watch reviews, and I'll watch people on Twitch. And like I said before, it becomes a spectator sport because it's so expensive. And does Nintendo do something? What I found interesting is that, yeah, everyone's expecting a Nintendo price increase. That's been a common sentiment. But amidst all of this, usually the best time to do a price increase is when your competitors are, so you can share the blame equally. They didn't do that. They said, no, you know what? Pick up Mario Galaxy 1+2 and we'll give you $20 off. Like, literally, if you wanted to do it, this would have been a great time to do it, to start the fiscal year as well. Fiscal year start April 1st. If you want to do a price increase, that was a great time because Sony did it. And then another handheld did it. You guys can all share the blame, and you didn't. You said, no, we'll give you $20 off. So I got to ask you guys, like, what are your thoughts on this? Because I'm sitting here like, this is interesting. Are we going to get more price hikes? I already thought it was bonkers that Xbox was raising the price on the Series S and X. I'm like, babe, I bought 2 Series S's like a couple years ago for $120, brand new, Walmart. They had it delivered to my house in like an hour, and I think it was an hour and a half for free. I didn't even have to drive to go pick it up. I didn't even have to spend gas money to go pick it up. I was like, you know how much equity I have in these consoles? Like, it's absolutely bananas. So let me get your guys' thoughts. Ryan, what do you think about all this?
So I think the price increase is gonna come with Nintendo, but I think Nintendo is right now trying to build so much value in the Switch 2 that, let's just say the price increase happens and it's $600 now, but we have this library of games. I think that's an easier pill to swallow. And I think that's what they're trying to do right now, is just say, hey, this is going to come, but when it does come, you'll have value here. I think for me, I bought my base. I'm a digital gamer. So I bought my base PS5 for $400. That same console is what, $650 now? And it's like the last phenomenal game I played. The last game I was like, this is worth buying this console for. It's like Spider-Man 2. And that's not a knock to PS5. They have great games coming out. Like, I enjoyed Stellar Blade on there. I enjoyed this game or that game on my PS5, and I played it on my PS5. But those weren't like console defining games to me. It was like God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2. And yes, Ghost of Yotei, but like, I didn't even finish it. Like, I love Ghost of Yotei. I just didn't finish it. I just stopped playing it one day. But there are a lot of games that have come out on the PS5 that are great games, but they're not like console defining. And I think that Nintendo is trying to build that console defining. You need our console for this kind of value before that price increase comes. I've been telling people, if there's a piece of software, a piece of technology you want and you have the money right now, just buy it, because it's going to go up in price. That's what I did for my PC. I just bought a new PC. I said, I need a new PC to game on. I got me a 5070 and 32 gigs of RAM and a nice AMD CPU. And I said, all right, cool. I'm good for a PC for a couple of years, because things are going to increase in price. But I think Nintendo is trying to build that value and that trust and that install base. They're trying to build that install base up. I don't even know. What are we at? 15 million last time we checked? Is that where it's at for sales? Something like that? I know Prime
I think it's
knows.
a little bit more now.
Okay.
But yeah, you're in the ballpark. Yeah, 15, 20.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. So I think once the install base gets up to 30, they're like, okay, we can afford an increase. But I mean, if you look at the last few months, oh my God.
Holy,
that's crazy. That's not real.
Crap, dude.
128. Yeah. I got 32 gigs of DDR5 in this new rig that I got. I got it like last month or last week. No, last month. Sometime
I got 32 gigs of mine as well. I bought it a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it was $200 then.
It was less.
No,
yeah.
Less than that. Yeah. Yeah.
Wild. Absolutely
wild
crazy.
times. Yeah.
That was a real image. Like, that's actually from a Micro Center.
That's Micro Center, yeah.
Yeah, it's from Micro Center. Yeah, the reason is Corsair's not making RAM anymore.
Oh, they pulled out of the.
They're only making it for data centers.
Oh,
they don't make consumer. Dude, a bunch of them don't make consumer RAM anymore.
Yeah,
at all.
Part of the ramifications.
So that's why the prices are getting like skyrocketing, especially on these higher end sticks, because they're not going to get replaced. You can't buy anything else.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, everyone's hoping, waiting for the AI bubble to pop, so then they come back to the consumer. But
oh man,
yeah,
that's
waiting
wild.
on that day.
Pain in the ass.
I will just say, like, Ryan, your advice on buying something, if you're planning on buying it, buy it now. That is the same sentiment I've been sharing too. Like, hey, if you were already planning on buying this, there's no sense in waiting. Waiting will cause you to spend more money. Like, it's not a good financial decision. In this case, Definitely. It is actually the better decision to buy now. Absolutely. Jonathan, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's a real shitty situation, you know. I think there's
Right.
not much that there's not much consumers love more than when you tell them the thing that cost A now costs B, and B is more expensive and you get nothing else in return. Like it's just really shitty. With all the shortages and all this AI bullshit, and just such a waste of money. I mean, all for DLSS 5 and all this other stuff. With Nintendo, though, specifically, you know, they've never really followed the trend too much in the past of with Xbox and Sony, probably because they really just live in their own world. They have lived in their own world for years. They've never tried to be like the main they've never tried to be like a huge competitor to PlayStation and Xbox in the sense of like their technology and their hardware. They're more on, you know, the innovation and new idea side. So when it comes to like the price increase, I have a feeling that, I mean, we all think it's coming. It's probably coming. It's just going to be one day you wake up, I don't know when, and it's going to be on Twitter that it's being raised, and if I had to guess, I don't know when. It could be tomorrow. I doubt it. It could be in a year or two from now, or maybe they're just trying to see how long they can weather the storm. I wouldn't be surprised if, due to all this part shortage and all this shit, they're like selling it at some kind of a profit loss, like some kind of a loss, but then making up for it with all the games and the fact that every purchase on the store, you know, they're getting a kickback. And so maybe when more Switch 2s have sold, I think a lot of people, at least in my circles and what I've seen all over my comments and stuff, is like a lot of people, they want to get one, they're waiting, but it's not even the price that's stopping them. It's just like there's 3 big games to get for it. There's Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and Pocopia, and based off of what I've seen. And I think people just saw like how nuts the Switch 1 went with must-have titles, and they're just in the first year or two, and so they're just kind of waiting. But I tell everybody else the same, like, fucking, what are you waiting for? Like, what do you want to pay more money for this shit? Like, what are you waiting for? Just go buy it. Like, then watch, if they do a Black Friday sale, it'll take the price back down to what it used to be for all these consoles. I remember seeing
they did that.
Yeah, I remember seeing like Xboxes and tons of hey, I recognize that name. Good old Slickenstein. I remember they did like all these deals for Xbox for Black Friday. It was like the Series S, $150, $140, and it's like, good luck finding no Series S for anywhere near that price now, especially new. And it's if you're gonna get one, like, yeah, just bite the bullet now. You're gonna be biting less of a bullet. I don't know when it's gonna increase, but I think it'll increase eventually. I think it's nice Nintendo hasn't immediately jacked the prices up. I think the conversation around Nintendo really changed last year once everyone saw that they were the first one to make the jump to $80, and all the accusations really showed up of like, oh, this is the Disney of video games now. Everything's about to be like stupid fucking expensive. But they haven't increased the price yet on the Switch 2, which is nice. So I hope it stays that way forever, because I want, consumers to win at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And there's just no way to really know. I just have a feeling one day we're going to all get up and everyone's going to collectively sigh, and the headlines are going to be there, and it says doomsday is upon us. The Switch has also finally jumped up. I mean, like those Joy-Cons and the controllers, like that jumped up like immediately though. And that shit's expensive. Like the Pro controller is like $100-something, and it's like, fuck, I guess the days of like buying Wii Play with the Wii remote included for like $40 or $50 are gone. But it's just
the Pro controller's 94 MSRP.
Jesus.
But it's commonly priced at 84 or 89. I actually haven't seen anyone price it for 94. The most I've seen is 89, but yeah, it's not cheap. Controllers aren't cheap.
It's becoming something more for enthusiasts and like luxury than like.
That's my concern, man.
Than like, I mean, like anybody not making, anybody basically anybody that isn't in a certain income bracket is just going to give up on this or be like, well, this is why I still play Fortnite on PS4. It's 2026. I'm still on my PS4 because I'm like, fuck this. Like, I either have groceries for the next 3 months or I have a PlayStation. But
yeah, I don't want to see
yeah,
people be priced out. You know, like you don't want the consumer to be priced out of the entry point. Because, you know, like if you look at Switch Lite is a really good entry point.
it is
for people to get into gaming. And obviously when Switch 2 does their Switch 2 Lite, that's going to be super helpful, especially if these prices for the other consoles stay where they're at. And Nintendo says, hey, we can get you in at this price to gaming. Like, that's what's needed right now more than ever. And I would expect the Switch 2 Lite to come out next year, presumably alongside Pokemon Wind and Wave. I mean,
I would
it's
love
very
it.
logical.
You know, another thing that I think about is Nintendo used to be all about being like the budget, more family friendly, yes, that is exactly what it is.
What's crazy is they are the budget now. They are.
I know, and it's so crazy like that they still are. Like this picture is 100% real news, and
yeah,
I remember the Wii. Like, remember there was like the budget releases where it was like Super Paper Mario. They released Twilight Princess.
Oh yeah,
like,
the player's choice.
Yeah, the player's choice is like
the Nintendo.
Yeah,
Select.
they always did those like budget ones, and then
The good
even
old
with the
days.
Wii U and everything, it was still pretty budget for just about everything except fixing that damn screen. And with the Switch and Switch 2, I mean, I guess they're continuing the trend. It's just I'm a luxury person, you know. I drive my Tesla, and I don't actually drive a Tesla, but at this point, it might as well be luxury, like on the same level where it's like I got a nice car and I got a game console. That's your status of wealth.
Yeah, for real. And you know what? Just to give the whole picture for everyone as well. A reminder: the Series S, the 512 gig. So that's the lowest end, lowest storage you can get is 400. The 1 terabyte's 450. The Xbox Series X digital edition, $599. The disc edition, $650. And then if you want the 2 terabyte edition, it's $799. And again, the 2 terabyte edition doesn't give you anything new, like graphically, like the PS5 Pro does at $899. You know, spend $100 more, at least you're getting a more powerful, capable console. That's just for more storage. So those are the prices over there at Xbox after their most recent price increase. All right, Alyssa, what are your thoughts, sir?
So I'm kind of like not surprised that consoles are still going up. It is interesting that Nintendo hasn't yet, and I think it's pretty cool. I don't really like getting into the whole console worry thing, but I do like to see when Nintendo's doing good things because they are my favorite. But I also don't like the low end shit talking. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
just based on the economy and things going on in the world, like everything's getting more expensive. So I'm really not that surprised. And yeah, like I can be pissed about it and be like, this sucks, and it does suck. But it's like one of those things in life that it is what it is, and not everything, you know, you should have that mentality for everything, but there are certain things that it kind of just is like an uncontrollable. So why let that really affect me? Like you know, vent about it, get it out of your system, and then move on. That's kind of my opinion, but
nothing you can do.
But yeah, like I'm a sales girl, so I love sales. So I hate to see things go up instead of down, especially when they're older consoles that have been out for many years at this point. But
yeah,
it's just one of those. It is what it is, and it's a luxury thing. Video games are a hobby, you know.
Yeah, and you know you can vote with your wallet.
Exactly. If you really want something enough, you'll find a way.
Yeah, and you can vote with your wallet in two different directions, though.
Yeah, don't buy it.
You can say, yeah, I'm not going to buy it, or you can say, well, I'm still going to buy it because I love playing video games, and it sucks that it's went up, but I'm not going to quit video games because, you know, the price went up. So people vote with their wallet in two different directions. I think people forget that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is uncontrollable.
Yeah.
As far as it going up, you can control what you do after that, and that's how you vote. So up to you. Birdman, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this one, it's always unfortunate to see prices go up on these sort of things for people to get priced out of, a hobby that so many people love so much and are so passionate about. I felt that at launch, the Switch 2 was very reasonably priced, despite, some of the criticisms of the cost. Given what we have in a portable hybrid console, I think it's a fantastic system with great power for what it is, great power for the price point that it's at. I'm very satisfied with it. And I honestly think they probably could have even charged a little more. They probably could have just had the base console at $500 at launch. Obviously, people would be upset about that, but I'm just saying. The point is, I think the value is there. I'd be disappointed to see the Switch 2 go up in price. And as of right now, it looks like we are safe from that. But it's always tough seeing it happen, whether it's Sony or Microsoft, or I feel like the first one that I remember going up was I feel like I remember Oculus 2 going up like $100 or something.
Yeah, to
years ago. Yeah. Like before any of the tariffs or any of that stuff.
Yeah, it was
and
before
it's never
the tariffs.
fun.
That was a head scratcher, right?
Yeah, that was very interesting. But I think the obviously there's unfortunate economic circumstances that have affected companies, and they've as a reaction to that, they've raised their prices. I think where I find it a little bit more offensive is like with Xbox. This is a system that's near the end of its life cycle. Not only that, it's also a console that can barely move units off shelves at the base price.
Yeah.
They had a very troubled generation, and I feel like obviously Microsoft is a very lucrative company. Xbox is just a small piece of that puzzle. I feel like the right thing would have just been to take the L, and think about the future, think about what you're doing next with the Xbox brand.
For Microsoft.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, take the L based on the amount of money you make as a company.
Sure.
And not only that, you could probably even factor in all the layoffs you've done.
I'm just wondering what
salaries you're not paying anymore.
Yeah, I just wonder, and I don't mean this as a dig at Xbox, because I've said it before on the podcast.
I do.
I don't want any of these consoles to go away.
I mean it as a dig to Microsoft.
I'm not saying Microsoft. I mean it as a dig to Microsoft. I'm not knocking Xbox. I'm not console warring.
Me either.
Is the point that I'm making. I would love an environment where Xbox thrives, PlayStation thrives, and Nintendo. And I wish we had an ecosystem where Sega was still in the game, because the thought of what Sega would have right now had they never had to take their sad little exit is fun to think about.
You look at Jonathan's background, the dream's still alive on his desk.
Yeah.
I saw it.
I always got to have it on display. I haven't played it in a year, but I've always got the dream has never truly been cast away.
Yeah.
I love it. So it's just that like I said, it's a failing generation. It's a failing console. It's not moving units on the shelves. I don't really understand the strategy behind raising the price $100 on a dead console. I feel like take the L. Jonathan,
I'm gonna counterpoint you there.
Yeah, please.
Is that I think, and I don't have any facts or logic. Well, I have some logic, but I don't have any facts here to counter you with like any hard data. But I'm willing to bet Microsoft is banking on this. They're like, the sales are already in the toilet. It already sucks. We're not going to lose any sales by raising the price, because nobody was buying this damn thing anyway. If anything, we might be making more money now, because the people who already wanted an Xbox, they really just wanted an Xbox specifically. And so it might not even really affect. They might be making more money for all we. I mean, either way, the shit's down. I was like,
just drop the price to $49.99.
Let's do it. I mean, everybody, you get an Xbox. There's an Xbox under your chair. I don't know. I just my thought process behind it is they were like, fuck it, we're just gonna milk whatever's left of this fan base pretty much, and we're just like, they want this shit anyway, no matter how much we put it at. So let's just put it super high. I mean,
for sure.
I'm sure there's a bunch of data showcasing that their year-on-year hardware sales is down, but in terms of how much revenue there is, I mean, you never know. But that's my counterpoint, is that maybe that's their thought process is, we've already got an L. We might as well try to get as much money. Might as well try to get as much money from the L.
Yeah, it's just no, I hear you. I think it's just it's a bummer to see, and I mean, this goes with PlayStation, and obviously PlayStation's in a position where the PlayStation 5 is doing extremely well. But again, they've made a killing with this console. It's nearing the end of its life cycle. Obviously, there's speculation about PS6 coming maybe later than Sony was, originally anticipating. I mean, I personally think that's a good thing. I don't think we're ready for PlayStation 6. We barely have games for PlayStation 5. Maybe we could get some PS5 games first. I like if I found out that PS5 was going to be around for another 5 years, I'd be like, hell yeah. Let's, get more experience with the console. The biggest and best games come later in the console cycle. I feel like by the time we get PlayStation 6, PlayStation 5's potential will probably still be a little bit untapped, honestly. So I'm all for the delays personally, but again, it goes to like, if PlayStation 6 is on the near horizon, if it is meant for 2027 or even 2020 or 2028, probably 2027. I don't know what's the speculation on that right now.
27.
Is it 27 or 28? 27.
Fall.
Okay.
Holiday.
Fall 27. So a little over a year from now.
Just 18 months from now.
18 months from now.
Basically.
Why raise the price? If you're planning on launching a console, and obviously a lot of this is just like rumors, leaks, and speculation, but if you're planning on releasing a new console next year, why raise the price now on a system that's already widely successful? I mean, I understand like the corporate business side, I understand it. No one wants to lose profits. No one wants to pay more for parts and chips and all that stuff. But I think goodwill goes a really, really, really long way. And I think given that goodwill sets you up for even more success going into the next generation, personally.
I think it's funny we still call this next gen. We still call our PS5s next gen. It's been out.
Sure. Yeah, it's current. Yeah, that goes to show how much we are not like we don't really see this console as the it.
Yeah,
so you're telling me GTA 6 isn't going to be on PS4? Seriously?
It's so weird because like game development is so much more expensive and takes so much more time now that it's inevitable. Like in some ways, I feel like overwhelmed with the amount of games that we're getting. Obviously, I play across multiple platforms, as well as I love indie games, AA games, AAA games. I play it all. I love video games. I'm a Nintendo fan at my core, but I love video games in general. So there's definitely no shortage to play. But with like the big development times, it's weird thinking about a future where like the consoles are getting more expensive. The development cycles are a lot longer, which means that if we still have normal generational lifelines, we're going to be getting like less exclusive stuff with each generation.
Yeah, you're paying more and you're getting less.
Yeah.
So
just make the generation longer.
Kind of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah. I don't know. I've kind of gone off topic, but at the core of it, I'm never a fan of this. I'm glad it hasn't happened with Nintendo yet. I'll be sad when it does. I'm more understanding with new hardware than I am a hardware that's on its way out, that we're ready to transition to the next big thing, the next phase. If PlayStation 6, was already out and they were talking about raising the price due to the economic current economic situation. I get it. This is horrible timing for their new console, but I'd hope that like it would be so weird if Nintendo held strong to like the last year and a half of Switch 2. Then they're like, we're raising it $150, $100. They're like, well, that was weird, but I don't know.
What do you think they would raise the price to?
I hope it like if it is like if we're guaranteed to get a price increase, I would hope it would be no more than $50, because I think that Switch 2 could get away at $500. Again, a lot of people get pissed. There's a lot of people who think that it's already way overpriced. I just disagree with that. I look at the value. People don't factor in the Switch 2 just by itself. No games. You buy a Switch 2, your console comes with 2 controllers. Whether or not you like Joy-Cons, you're getting Nintendo's next gen console or current gen console. Their big new toy that's way more powerful, way more capable than their last console. That already has third-party games like Resident Evil Requiem running beautifully on it, or Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it comes with 2 controllers. It's a great value in my opinion. And if you have kids and you buy it for them, and you get the Mario Kart bundle for $500, not only did you get their new console, but you also got a brand new Mario Kart, and you have 2 controllers out of the box for $500. I think that's a great value.
That's a good point. Nathaniel.
Yeah. The industry's in a weird place. The Switch, PS5, and Xbox Series are the first generation where everyone went up in price. People that I don't talk about it as much, but the Switch went up $100 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Switch 2, but the Switch. The Switch 2 is the accessories that went up. So it's a very interesting situation because we are used to things getting cheaper, and instead things are getting more expensive. And I don't know when it's going to end. I know some people said, well, there was this news from Google and that led to some stock dips and this and that, and how they're going to need less RAM. But then now counter reports have come out where it's like, yeah, just because you might need less RAM for that, we still need shitloads of RAM for this other thing that's an AI thing. So in the end, I don't see because you got to remember, like the demand, this is all contracts. Like these companies have these contracts with the manufacturers. So this stuff is it's gonna keep going on and on for a while. Obviously, there's in the US we have the tariff situation, but even when you set that all aside, the price is expensive worldwide. We've seen, PS5, the digital model I think has had 4 price increases since launch. The PS5 Pro now had obviously the big one jumping up to $900. Xbox has been raising prices. And Nintendo's been kind of staying stable with Switch 2, and obviously now they have this new, buy Galaxy 1 and 2 plus a thing starting April 12th, and you can save $20. I think Nintendo and Furukawa has come out and talked about this several times. He's asked every investors meeting, "Are you going to raise the price? Are you going to raise the price?" And he keeps saying, "We're good." Well, yeah, like we're not going to talk about hypothetical futures. Right now, we're good. Our contracts are good right now. We have things good. And when things aren't good, we're hoping the price of other components come down to compensate for the increased price on things like the storage and the RAM. I think there is some things that have already impacted Nintendo. I think the fact that they're offering digital $10 cheaper than full physical for their published games, I think that's already a sign that the prices are hitting Nintendo. Because the cartridges use flash memory. So the cartridges have gone up in price, factually. And so Nintendo would like to push more sales to digital. And they'll do that by charging a little bit cheaper for digital, hoping that drives more digital sales, which are significantly more profitable for them than the physical sales are. But they're not going to get rid of physical because it makes up a huge chunk of sales for them. So they're going to obviously keep that around. What you don't want to see is Nintendo so afraid of it they start doing Pocopia to everything and put everything on a key card, because that's also an option. And hopefully Nintendo doesn't decide to go that route due to costs. But in terms of the system itself, look, I'm on record saying this, and it's just my opinion. And it's all opinions because factually it hasn't gone up in price. I know there's a former Nintendo sales lead or something like that who said that he thinks it's inevitable it goes up. I don't actually think they're going to increase the price of Switch 2. I think Furukawa has spoken quite clearly about what they think needs to be done with Switch 2, and that's increase the software sales. He has said, we need to increase the software sales, and you do that by increasing the install base. How do you slow down the install base? You start charging more for your platform. That's how you slow down the adaption of your thing. Because what's happened with everyone else raising their prices is it went from last year where people were mad and making fun at Nintendo for $450 to now you can't buy a system better than it for $450. And I said this last year, if you guys remember, I said it on this podcast. All Nintendo has to do is nothing. Everyone else was going to make Switch 2 seem like a budget system again. And here we are. It is April of 2026, and there's nothing cheaper than Switch 2 besides the Switch 1, but there's nothing cheaper than Switch 2 for modern systems that performs as well as Switch 2 does. This includes, by the way, PC handhelds. There's not a single one at that $450 price point. Now, you could talk about how Xbox did decrease by temporarily. It's just a sale. Decrease their $600 one to $500. But you know why Xbox is doing that? They're not selling.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting in a warehouse. No one's buying them.
Yep.
Because when they have to make more of them, it ain't selling for $500. The volume they're making of them is too low. The price is going to get jacked up when they run out of their current stock, but no one's buying it, which is kind of shocking considering the Steam Deck is sold out and there doesn't seem to be new shipments coming because Valve's contract for their RAM and storage is so low volume that they can't get any. Like they literally just can't get any. It's probably why the Steam machine is delayed. They can't get any of the stuff because they're not asking for big enough contracts because they don't sell tens of millions of these a year. You know, they sold 4 million Steam Decks over 6 years. That's a really low volume when they're selling these things in the hundreds of millions to companies every year, whether it's cell phone makers, whether it's data centers. And obviously, you know, with PlayStation and Nintendo, you know, they're moving 15, 20 million a year. You're talking about 6 million or 4 million over 6 years. That's just, they're going to have to pay a lot more because the contracts are going to be much smaller. So, you know, and again, the Steam Deck thing obviously is mostly out of stock here in the US, but it's starting to be out of stock worldwide because they're just not manufacturing any right now because they can't get the components. So then and then they've completely discontinued the LCD model, which was the only one cheaper than Switch 2. So I think Nintendo cares very much about getting back to Switch-like profits, and to get back to Switch-like profits requires them being able to sell 10 to 20 million copies of their first-party games, their big-name ones. And to do that, you got to have the install base because that's where the money's at. So if Nintendo just keeps the price where it's at, they kind of just luck themselves into being the most affordable option on the market. And if they continue to get all the AAA games, you might start to see a shift in the next couple of years where people that even like to play AAA third-party games that are still playing on PS4 and stuff, they might start to go, you know what, maybe we get a Switch 2 because it's getting the same games as PS5 and it's way cheaper. You know, maybe that's something we start to think about. And I'm not saying that it's going to be a mass exodus because that's not what's that. PlayStation is going to be fine. PS5 is going to be over 100 million. It's probably already there right now. We just don't have the financial update yet. And I'm sure PS6 will end up doing okay. It's going to be expensive, but it'll probably do okay because they're going to try to have some sort of budget handheld. It'll still probably be more expensive than Switch 2. I think Nintendo just has to do nothing, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Furukawa has talked about how every time they consider price increases, they also consider the other factors, which is, does this slow down sales momentum? Does this affect our ability to get the install base up? Does this make it so we're actually in a bad position? Because you got to think about this. Let's say they increase the price $50 or $100, and then PlayStation comes out with a PS6 handheld. PlayStation's known to sell things for a loss. They come out and sell it at $500. You don't look so hot anymore. Just keep it at $450 because you know PS6 handheld ain't going to match $450. There's no way. So not at the specs that are being talked about out there. There's no way. So you just sit back and let everyone else jack the prices up, and you just take advantage of being the only thing people can afford, basically, for anything modern. But yeah, it's a sad state of the industry. It really sucks for us consumers, of course. And there's other things that could be impacted. I heard someone talking the other day about how there's other things that could increase the prices, such as the fact that now oil prices are being jacked. And the problem with oil is you need the helium from oil production to create the silicon to make the boards that we use in our electronics. So it's just another thing to make our electronics more expensive, is the fact that we kind of have the wars going on, and it's stopping the oil from getting out, which is also going to stop the helium from getting spread all over. And so it's a whole mess right now. As Sky Sword Alyssa said, you control what you can control, right? We can't control any of this. You can control who you vote for. You can control what you spend your money on, but you can't control what the companies do. You can't control what happens to the world economy. It's unfortunate that I foresee when Helix and PS6 come out, and then you consider that Switch 2 at that point is the cheapest system out there, because technically the cheapest right now is a Switch Lite, but Nintendo will discontinue that one day. It's going to be kind of sad. There's going to be a lot of people priced out of gaming. And this is not just the hardware. I mean, like Elden Ring Tarnished Edition's up for pre-order today on Amazon. We talked about that earlier. It's $80. People aren't happy with that, even though technically any version on all the platforms that includes Elden Ring plus the DLC is $80. But the other platforms have had Elden Ring for a while, so you can buy Elden Ring on its own for cheaper, way cheaper, and buy the DLC separate and save money. You can't do that on Switch 2. This is the only way to get Elden Ring, is an $80 copy. Now, I assume there'll be discounts. From Software does tend to discount their games like everyone else does, but Nintendo. But still, like, you think about that, that's $80 just to play Elden Ring on Switch 2, a game that's like, years old. I don't feel great. And it's a game key card. So it's not like there's a cartridge,
I saw a lot of the discourse today.
Yeah.
Of course, because this happened right before the podcast.
Yep.
Yeah, so obviously, like, my immediate takeaway is that, that's how much it costs on Steam. In fact, on Steam, I think it's $59 for Elden Ring and $39 for the Erdtree expansion, which would obviously be $100. So it would be more expensive. So if you hypothetically bought Elden Ring as a standalone when it released for $60, like most people did, and then you decided, hey, I want the Erdtree DLC, I want to return back to Elden Ring, you're spending $40. It's $100. It's just, it comes down to the timing of it.
Or again, you can get them combined together for $80 in one purchase. They do have that.
But a lot of people bought it on its own. When it released, like I did. I bought it on PS5 day one. Played the heck out of it. Got the platinum. Returned back with the Erdtree DLC. Paid again. I spent $100.
Yeah.
So in reality, if you've never played this and you want to play it on Switch 2, you're actually getting it for cheaper, which is why I find this absolutely mind-boggling. It's $20 cheaper, Nate.
I just said you could buy the same thing with the DLC for $80. I literally just said you could do that right now. So it's not.
I was just mentioning that if you already bought it for $60,
sure,
and you want to buy the Erdtree DLC,
you could have got the Erdtree DLC when it was on sale several times.
Just saying, right now today, Nate, it's $40.
And right now today, you can buy Elden Ring plus the DLC for $80, which is exactly the same version they're selling on Switch 2.
You're not picking up what I'm putting down. It's okay.
Stash,
it's going over your head, brother.
It's not going over my head. We can't buy Elden Ring on its own on Switch 2, so we shouldn't compare that to other systems that have that available on its own. It's an unfair comparison.
It's not, though, because what I'm saying is, look, when did Elden Ring release? 2021? 2022?
Something like that.
I bought it for $60.
Yep.
We could look at the pre-order sales. Millions of people bought it for $60. When the Erdtree DLC came out later, millions of people bought that on day one.
Sure did.
That was $40. 60 plus 40 is what? 100. So if I were to buy Elden Ring with the Erdtree DLC on Switch 2 for 80, that's $20 less than what I would have spent on PS5.
But you played it years earlier and you played a better version.
That's not what I'm talking about, Nate.
But this
Saying
all goes into value to the
if
consumer.
you only own Nintendo, which is that's what I said. This is how I'm forming this. If you only own Nintendo and this is your first time playing it, it's actually a better deal.
Or if it's your first time playing it on any other platform right now, you can get it for the same price. Unless,
of course, you bought it when it came out, like I did, and like millions of other people did.
Sure. Do you think it's
so
selling?
The whole point is that
at $80?
My whole point is that it's being blown out of proportion by folks on the internet who can't do basic math.
No, I don't think it's being blown out of proportion.
And also,
years old game should be $80. Includes Nintendo's.
I looked this up too because I knew no one else was going to look it up. But if you buy Elden Ring and the Erdtree package, it's not all on the disc either.
Well, no, it's not.
So it's not like you're getting it complete on PlayStation or Xbox either.
Yeah, I don't think there's a complete version on disc on any platform.
So the point is that people are just saying, oh, it's another $80 game on Switch 2. This is such bullshit. It's like, oh, it's $80 everywhere. Yeah, well, it's a key card. Well, it's not complete on PlayStation either. That's my whole point, Nate, is that people don't know what the fuck they're complaining about. The story of life.
We just want to bitch and whine and complain.
What they want to do.
Let me bitch in peace.
I think,
it's like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Right now. No, I'll tell you right now. People would complain less if you could buy the base version without the DLC for $60. But you can't. There's no option to play it without buying the DLC.
Well, guess what? Maybe when it comes out, you'll be able to buy it digitally. And you can just buy the base game.
That would be the interesting thing is if digitally you can buy just the base game or the expansion separate, or they give you a deal if you buy them both together. And then that's, we talked about, Nate, you mentioned incentivizing digital games with the cost increase. That would be another example of incentivizing that.
So my thought, obviously I'm the one that brought this up to talk about it briefly. My only thoughts of this, and this is why I bring it up in the pricing conversation, is I don't care, even on like the other systems right now that you can get it for $80, or like I think like PlayStation, I think or Steam I was looking at right now, it doesn't have it on sale right now. It's currently $60 and then $80 for both, or you can get like a special deluxe edition for $100 or whatever. That's all fine and dandy. And I understand that that's like the current price on Steam, probably the current price on PlayStation and Xbox. I didn't check their shops. There could be a sale right now. Obviously, I'm not talking about the physical copies either, which could obviously be cheaper. That's going to be retailer dependent. But the reason I bring this up, and even for those things that are priced at that point, I'm sorry. I just don't think Elden Ring, that's a years old game, should be $80. Even with the DLC, and same thing, by the way, with the Switch 2 editions for Nintendo that were $80. I don't think they should be $80. These are old games. These are not new games. I know, new for Nintendo players. Okay, fine. But don't act like Nintendo players weren't aware of Elden Ring. We know about it. We've known this whole time. Maybe you didn't own a different platform to play it on, and that's fine. And it's fine to be excited it's coming to Switch 2, and some people will buy it. It being $80, and sure, I ain't buying it. I got no interest spending $80 on this game, especially when the version I own on Steam I bought for $35 on sale like last year. It's like, I know it's probably going to get on sale for Nintendo at some point. Again, they run sales on everything, especially digital sales. So I do suspect that. And if this game keycard version doesn't sell well, you'll see retailers discount it in a few months because they just got to get it off the shelves. But $80. The backlash is just because it's the only way that we know at the moment that you can buy the game. There's no other way to get Elden Ring on Nintendo without spending $80, as far as we're aware at the moment, because they've only announced the Tarnished Edition and no other version. And so to me, I feel like this, and to me, by the way, I want to be very clear. I don't think that games can't be worth $80, especially when they include DLC and stuff. I'm not even getting into that conversation on like value, because some people are going to say Elden Ring is definitely worth $80. Yeah, it is. For the experience you get in that game, plus you're getting the DLC, oh, hell yeah, it's worth $80. But when you have to spend $450 to $500 to buy the system to play it on, and then you got to put $80, man, it's just, gaming's just getting too expensive all around everywhere. It's just too expensive. It's a years old game. It's just too expensive.
This is a Bandai Namco classic, I will say, though. They've been doing this
all
since like the beginning of the Switch 1. It was like a few years ago they released like Digimon World Order, which came out in like 2015, $59.99 on the Switch. All those Dragon Ball games, $59.99. I was like, dude, Kakarot came out like in 2020. This game's like 5 years old. You want it doesn't even have the DLC. A Xenoverse. It was like the Tales of games. I was like,
Bandai doing this.
But then you know what? Give it 3 months, the thing's already 30% off. Like, it's clear what's happening here.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there'll be sales as well. I get what Sash is saying. I do side with Prime on that. Like, this is a game that I've been very curious about revisiting. I don't know that I'm $80 curious about revisiting on the Switch 2, but if we do find out that digitally you can buy them separate, or 3 months in we get a nice little sale, this definitely will be a pickup for me, just because this game is so special to me, and obviously I would love to revisit it on my favorite little hybrid hardware. So hoping for a sale.
Someone buying it for the first time,
sure,
which again is how I proposed it, is that if you only own Nintendo, which a lot of folks who play Nintendo only own Nintendo. You look at our chat, they'll tell you that
the value's there.
Yeah, so it's like, if this is the only way to play it, I look at how many hours it takes to beat the game, which I just looked up. To 100% both, it's about 186 hours, so it amounts to 43 cents per hour.
Well, most people don't want 100% stash. It's like 2%.
Yeah, that's fine. But even if you don't, the base game is 60 to 100 hours. And then the Erdtree DLC is like 25 to 30 hours. So it's still a fucking steal.
But it's old.
I know. It's old.
That's all that matters. It's old.
It's old, but it's gold, baby.
The $80 price is going to make it not sell well. Nintendo fans are
going to give people sticker shock, which is why people reacted the way they did on the internet.
I mean,
they just spoke. That's what they do.
That's what they're doing. People are bitching
they just speak without thinking all the time. They just go right to complaining.
I like $3.99.
People are allowed to complain, Stash. People cannot like the price. It's okay. They don't have to like it. They don't have to like the price on the other platforms.
You're right. They don't have to like it. They don't.
Like, if you look at the Steam charts, Elden Ring's not really selling right now at the current price, but next time it's on sale, it'll sell.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. They don't have to like it. I don't like it.
Nobody likes.
Go on the internet and complain about it.
No, nobody likes. Everyone wants games to be cheap as hell. Like, we all want it to be cheaper.
Not go on the internet and cry about it. That ain't gonna do anyone any good.
Well, sometimes, especially when a game doesn't come out, we have seen fan backlash lead to things change before a game comes out. So, I don't think the price is going to change. By the way, Bandai Namco never changes prices due to fan bitching, but it is one of those things where we have seen some of that backlash lead to things changing before release. That said, I don't think price bitching is going to fix anything here with this particular case. But I do think people have a right to complain, of course. I think people complain too much on the internet, of course, about everything all the time. But then some people on the internet, and they praise everything all the time, and it's really the same thing. You're just wasting time on the internet talking positive or negative And I guess for people, it's fun. I suppose it's conversation, right? And I get that.
Yeah.
I do conversation for a living. I understand it. We're talking about this stuff right now on the show. It's fun. It's fun to do this. But for like Stash Man, he can condense it all to just, hey, I talk about it on the podcast. I get it all out. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll read it, but I'm not going to participate in it outside the podcast.
Efficiency.
Yeah, efficiency, being efficient with my participation. But for me, I'm obviously deep in the conversation because of the content I make and the news. And I got to cover this on the news tomorrow. And part of the news is how people are reacting to it, which is not good in terms of the reactions. People are not happy to see another $80 game as, again, the only way to buy it. If there was the $60, I think people would complain less. They still might bitch because they still might think it should be 60 with DLC, but you can look at the other versions and see the other versions aren't doing that. So, at least not right now.
Do you think it'll be available at that price? Because like I look at Mario Galaxy 1+2 HD and that $70 sticker shock hit everybody really hard. But then they're like, well, we're also selling them individually. And they mentioned that after the fact.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to get sold individually. I think Tarnished Edition is the only version coming. I don't think they have any plans for anything else. And that's just because it's all they've talked about. There's been no indication that they ever were releasing it standalone without the DLC, which is a difference over the other platforms because some people don't. I'll put it this way: like you talked about Nintendo fans, how they're, some of them only play on Nintendo, right? So like it's a new game for them. And it's a game they know is really good, and if they love Zelda, they know, hey, I might enjoy this game, so I might try it. Forcing them to buy DLC for a game that they don't even know if they like yet, it's a tough sell. It's a tough sell when you don't have a cheaper way to just play the base game. But we'll see what happens. I hope one thing they should do. I'm just going to tell you this from software. You should put a demo out on the eShop for people who are on the fence. Do a time demo of like the opening area or something, and just let them try to enjoy it for themselves to see if it's even a game they're into. Because I'm going to tell you this: there's going to be a number of Nintendo fans that are going to be like, "Oh, I love Zelda," and then they're going to buy this and they've never played a Souls game before.
They're going to get their ass handed to them.
They get their ass handed to them, and they might hate it.
That's going to be me.
Perfect.
They might find it to be too difficult. And
that's why I wonder: do you do a demo because of that?
Yes.
I think the first impression is going to be terrible for Elden Ring. I know so many people that bought it and their first hour or two, they were like, I fucking hate this. And I'm like, it's peak cinema, but
getting fucking wrecked. Yeah.
But if they stuck with it.
Oh, they stick with it. Then you see the cinema.
And that's why with a demo, like you literally shoot yourself in the foot if you do a demo, because you only let people see the beginning and they get their ass whipped and they're like, I'm not signing up for this shit.
Well, I mean, that's what's going to happen when they play the game. They're going to get their ass whipped.
Well, until they level
but
the character.
they just dropped $80, so they've got to give it a few chances.
Yeah, and then once they do, they're like,
to their stomach.
They're like, I understand now. It doesn't matter that this game's old. This game's fucking awesome.
Or that's why they buy the key card, because they'll play it for an hour, be pissed, and go back and return it.
Yep.
They're lost.
It happens. It happens. I've seen, and Stash told a story too. Like, I've had my mom storm back in the store. They are not supposed to refund open games. I know you got full refund. Bitch enough, they'll give it to you. They'd rather just give you the refund than deal with you interrupting the whole fucking store bitching about it.
That's Amazon.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck.
My experience was in 1990 when that happened. So I don't know how it works today. I don't know how lenient they are.
Amazon's very easy. If you buy a game, you open it and you play it and you don't like it and want to return it, just bitch at one of their customer service reps. You'll get a full refund.
They'll probably let you keep it too.
Amazon being easier.
Yeah, half the time they let you keep it. Not advice to get free games, by the way.
Scamming a big corporation that has more money than you'll ever have in your whole life is a terrible idea. But hey, you know what? I really fucking hated Mario Party 10, and I had to bitch to somebody about it all those years ago, and they said, "Why don't you just keep the damn thing?" And I was like,
"Yeah,
perfect. I've got something for my alcohol to sit on."
Yeah, I bought Returnal off Amazon, and I ended up not really liking it. So I was like, it was like 2 days after I arrived at my house, and I was like, I wonder if I talked to Amazon, would they give me a refund for this? There's no way. I'll send it back to them. It's fine. And then I talked to Amazon literally within like 2 minutes. I had a full refund, and they said, just keep the fucking thing. I'm like, all right.
You know, like
And I went to like GameStop and resold it. I'm like, dude, I got more than I made money. This is
yeah.
great.
Amazon had a I only know because I used to work there inside like a bunch of like shares or whatever, and they like sent some share information, and it was that I think it was 18% of Amazon orders worldwide end up as a return across like the whole company. And I'm like, in comparison, Target has like 5%. Like Costco is like under 10%. Like Amazon's the goat of returns.
Well, they believe in just keep the customers happy. They'll keep coming.
Pretty
back.
much, yeah. That's just
And
would rather have
it's
I you know what? There's a reason everybody's got Prime and is ordering because the customers are happy with that.
You got Prime because of the new boys season. That's why.
There you go. I mean, there's Fallout also.
Yeah. All right, that's all I really have to say on it. I don't think Nintendo's raising the price. I think they're going to eat it and just keep eating it. And one thing I just want to point out, because no one seems to mention this, and I find this interesting. It's a larger conversation we're not going to get into much, but I just want to point out that I do find it interesting with PlayStation in particular, watching them jack the prices multiple times over and over and over again. And, you know, a lot of people defending it, being like, hey, you know, they can't help it, world economy, because everyone's jacking the prices. This is the most profitable PlayStation generation of all time. Don't believe me? Ask Sony's CEO, who stated this in their last financial brief. So they're making more. I'm not talking about revenue. I'm talking about pure profits. They are making more than they've ever made in PlayStation history, and they're jacking the prices. I just want people to keep this in mind when people think Sony has to do it. And I'm like, why? They're literally making record profits. They do not need to do it.
Number go up. They need the number to go up. The ROI has got to be there. I
Yeah.
saw it literally firsthand being with PlayStation.
And I'm telling
It's
you,
all
I
about
know
the
why
ROI.
I'll tell you why they're doing it right now. So these prices are normalized when GTA 6 comes out.
Oh, they
They know what
100%
they're
are
doing.
counting on it.
Oh, yeah. They know they're going to sell out of those $900 PS5 Pros when GTA 6 drops. They know it. They know it. They know what they're doing. They're profit maxing. I'm not going to get mad at Xbox because they're having a hard time selling anything. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually really expensive to make their stuff because they're not ordering a lot of parts. But PlayStation's making record profits and jacking prices doesn't make sense. Nintendo isn't actually making record profits. They're actually kind of down a bit, but you're always down when you start a gen. So that doesn't really mean much. I'll leave it at that. Stash, if you I mean, you've talked throughout. It's because I have to step away and I'm supposed to lead the next topic.
Yeah, I'll give you a little piece while you step away. Then, you guys, I think the biggest thing I'm wondering, like, I was wondering going into this, and I didn't really touch on it, and it's whether or not we're going to see more price increases on PlayStation and Xbox. Because I think what's interesting is we keep thinking that, okay, there's no way in hell they're going to raise the price again.
And then they do.
It's already too much. Yeah. And then, you know, sure enough, Microsoft, right? Remember, we're talking about Microsoft here. Microsoft money. They're raising prices on a product that doesn't even sell. Okay. So now we get to throw logic kind of out the window because we're basically at this point where anything can happen. And so now I'm wondering, like, okay, could it go up some more? Could PS5 Pro go up to $999 without a disk drive? You know, it could definitely happen because, like, I don't think the Lenovo Legion Go 2 is selling like hotcakes, and they just raised the price by 48%.
It's wild. What an increase, man.
It's I mean, for the top model, which presumably, like, if you're gonna buy one, if you're gonna spend that much money already, you're probably gonna go for the top model. What's
the difference between the top and the mid, out of curiosity?
I know storage, obviously. Storage is always going to be one of them.
No, sorry, I should have phrased that better. What's the price difference? Is what I meant to get between the top and the...
So 1,500 to 2,000.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
Can always go up. Can always get more expensive. But you know what won't get it more expensive? The minimum wage in America.
Yeah, I know. Such bullshit. Cost of living goes up. Your wage doesn't. But here's the best, the worst part. I say best, but obviously it's the worst because it's so crazy. Is that cost of living goes up, your wage doesn't, but they'll hire somebody. They'll put out a new hiring listing, and that wage
It's
is
way
at the
higher.
cost of living, and it's higher than what you're getting paid, and you're proficient in your job. Make it make fucking sense.
I was a recruiter for a little bit, and this is exactly what we dealt with. Like, literally, we had to be competitive with the market, but then, especially over here in California, where it's legally required to post the wage of a position, and immediately, like, this just kicked up a bunch of shit. That was when it was with Amazon, funny enough, and immediately it was like, okay, well, all these people are making like 100,000 a year, and the posting says 150. Like, what the fuck is this? And I don't know what they did.
Like, so
I'm
wait,
glad
I can
wasn't
get
there.
more money
Yeah,
if I'm a new employee?
Yeah, and their response would be, oh, well, boomerang, just quit and come back. You'll get way more money. And I'm like, is this what it's come to?
Well, so at Loan Depot, as the director, and obviously I do lots of interviews and lots of hiring, and I do hiring for my own team as well. And when we put out, listings to like ZipRecruiter, and we're putting out the wages, and I would discuss it with my VP, Kristen, and anytime, and of course I did this for many years, so that wage continues to go up because the cost of living continues to go up. So as the years go on, it's more. And then I'm looking at our employees that we have right now. I'm looking at our team and how much they're making. I'm like, we can't be paying somebody more off the street who has no experience. How many months are we going to have to spend onboarding this person, teaching them the role, right? And then hoping that they actually get it. Otherwise, it's sunk cost. When we got people who are doing this job and making less. So it's like, if we hire them, we got to pay the people we have now more. We need to give them a raise. So I was always saying, we either need to lower that or we need to give them a raise or do both, because you can't be paying someone off the street to do a job more money than your current staff that's been loyal, knows what they're doing. They're going to be training them.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, dude. I've been through that.
The irony, it's so stupid. Yeah. But this is just like, look, remember, I worked in finance with credit, obviously. Loan Depot Mortgage Company is second largest lender in the United States. And look, I usually don't talk about credit and whatnot, but I don't have any credit cards. I don't do any of that bullshit. I will not. I do not do it. But it's wild to me that if you're responsible with your money and you only buy the things that you can afford to pay with your money, and you don't borrow money, that you have shit credit.
Yeah, you're punished for it.
Well, yeah, it's a very backwards society, the way we run shit. And I've said this for years, working in mortgage, borrowing, lending money to thousands of people. I'm like, yeah, it's backwards. It makes no sense. You have all this debt and you can get whatever you want. I don't have any debt, and I can't borrow shit.
Well, I remember when I was young and I got my very first credit card. And I was actually very scared to get my first credit card because my parents, like, at least my mom, part of her parenting style was like extreme fear mongering about everything. Like, man, the stories I could tell you of all the crazy, horrifying shit she told me. Only like half of it was true. But she was like scared I'd make poor decisions or something at an extreme young age, like starting at like 5. So I was pretty nervous to get my first credit card, but I remember going to get one, and they're like, well, we can't give you a credit card because you don't have any credit history. And then they recommended like the bank
secured
kind of
card.
like credit, the secured credit card, which is
bullshit.
Like basically it's basically kind of works like a gift card. You fill it up, and then you like
prove that you can make payments on time to the money that's your own, that you're borrowing against yourself.
Yeah, it was like the make-believe one. Yeah. You have to do pretend credit card for 6 months first, just so we know you're responsible.
Yeah, we got to make sure that you actually pay this on time, because if you don't, then that's probably what you're going to do if we let you borrow money.
Is that still a thing? Do they still do that?
100%.
It still is offered, yeah. You can also get loans with like, if you just have a co-signer or something, which is what like my bank when I was like 18, they were like, oh, just get I think I was trying to get it for like a car, and they were like, oh, just get a loan out with your dad or whatever. And I was like,
they always say,
I'm privileged to have a dad that wants to take a loan out with me. I was like, isn't that great?
Yeah.
I was like,
it's like that shit ain't happening with me.
It's just not happening with everybody.
Yeah. No one's co-signing for me.
Yeah, that's how it was for me too, with anything.
Yeah,
I said I need a cosign. Yeah, kiss my ass.
My parents love me. We get along great, but they ain't co-signing for shit.
I'm the same, dude.
I don't blame them either.
I've never had a late payment in my life. My parents still wouldn't co-sign for nothing. But good on them. That's
all right,
some
Nate.
Scary stuff. You're up, dude.
Take it over.
All right, we got one more topic, guys. We were talking about Luigi's Mansion. It's kind of fitting because the reason this topic exists is due to this guy who's super chatted right here. Good old Special Nick himself is here. Welcome, buddy. Then you're all arguing, and I'm just starting Tropical Freeze for the first time after using my last game voucher. Nice. Sad day. No more game vouchers. Okay, so the reason I bring him up is because as I gotta switch the banner over here as well. My gosh. I am not on top of things right now, is because he put out a couple tweets. In those tweets, he said some interesting things. One of them was that he heard that Nintendo is considering pitching a Luigi's Mansion movie. I would assume that would be to Chris Melandri and an Illumination, of course. So that would mean that obviously there's no plans at the moment, but there's been conversations about pitching one, which, it makes sense. Luigi, popular character, and look, since it's just at the point where they're considering pitching it, probably not going to be. It's going to be a while before we see this, right? We're talking probably 2030 or something like that before we would even consider possibly seeing a Luigi's Mansion movie. So that's one thing that was brought up, but that's not the only thing brought up about Luigi's Mansion, because in another tweet, and this one I'll show on screen just so we have the full context here. So let's share this right here. So in another tweet, he said this: as far as I know, they are doing a new game. And to give the context, this was about his movie stuff. And then he said, no, we want a new game. And he says, as far as I know, they are doing a new game. Pretty sure that's been heavily rumored for a while. I have a very small amount of info on it. And of course, he shares none of it. You bastard. Anyways, he's got a small amount of info. And one thing he does know is there's a new amiibo planned. And so he assumes that amiibo is going to be part of for the game, right? Which makes a lot of sense. What I find interesting is, like, if he knows about it, he knows about an amiibo, it makes me think possibly this year the game could be coming out, which would be interesting. Would be a nice little holiday game, a nice October game. We speculated last year on the possibility of the Luigi's Mansion being a game for last holiday. So sure, it could be one for this holiday. We're on the right timeline for another Luigi's Mansion. The studio that made it, the last game they made was last game they released, anyways, was in 2022 with Strikers. And then obviously 3 years before that was Luigi's Mansion 3 in 2019. So if you look at the dev cycle, we're actually probably about a year overdue compared to their dev cycle. But again, and Furukawa did say it takes longer to make games, so it would make sense if it takes an extra year to make it. I would venture to say that Luigi's Mansion coming to Switch 2 at all, Luigi's Mansion 4 is pretty obvious, as is a Luigi movie with the success of the Mario movies. having one where Luigi kind of takes the lead and does a whole mansion thing makes a lot of sense. So I don't know if these rumors are true. I don't have any information on any of it, but what I will say is they're fun to talk about. So the question is, what do we want to see from the game, the movie, etc.? And when do we think such properties may potentially release? They release it all. So, who wants to go first on this one? I'm gonna take their stab at Luigi's Mansion. Don't all jump at once. Well, fine. I'll call
Luigi's Mansions is one of those games that I've never cared about.
There you go.
So
Damn.
There you go. So
I don't know. I know it's like a GameCube staple, and I love the GameCube type of person, but I just never cared.
Just like that, we all unsubscribed. No, I'm just kidding.
Is there like I'm genuinely curious though. Like, is there something about it that's just not appealing to you?
When I played it on the GameCube, I was like, I don't care. And I just haven't cared since then. It's pretty much how it is. It's just one of those games. Like, that's my first impression of. I'm trying to think. That was my first impression of God of War 2018. And then I sat down and made myself like play it. And then I was like, oh, I actually love this new game.
Maybe you should do that.
I don't
with
like The
Luigi's
Last of Us
Mansion.
1. I think The Last of Us 1 is, but and it's just some games you play and you're like, and then you come to them later and you're like, maybe I do like these. But as of right now, I don't care for Luigi. I don't think it's a bad game. I think they're very pretty games. I just didn't care for them when it was my time to play it. So
okay, womp womp. Well, someone is slimy yet satisfying today. So let's ask him, what are you thinking on Luigi's Mansion, Gamebird?
Yeah, I mean, I love this. I think the thought of a Luigi's Mansion movie, for one, is really fun. Obviously, I think Charlie Day is awesome. I think he really has done a great job of encompassing the character of Luigi, and I would love to see more of him in the spotlight. He's such a funny dude. And I think that setting overall with the character is just so great. I think that they could do some really unique things with a Luigi's Mansion movie that maybe we've never even seen before in the games. But I don't know. I feel like it's real. I feel like, listen, the first Mario movie did like $1.4 billion. I think this new movie's on track to do at least 1 billion, probably 1.1, 1.2 billion, maybe even match the first movie. Obviously, Nintendo's not going to be done making movies. We're going to get a Mario 3. We're probably going to get a Donkey Kong. I think Luigi's already now established within 2 movies. Luigi's Mansion, I feel like, would be in the bag. I just think it would print money. So that one's super exciting. Am I okay to talk about the game too?
Yeah.
Game rumors, or we just the movie? Okay.
Both.
The game, I mean, this is something that we've talked about this on the channel multiple times, and I know there's been speculation on a new Luigi's Mansion for a while. I think we're all in the same boat. We kind of see it coming sooner rather than later. The timing feels right on this one. I think what's more exciting is thematically what a new Luigi's Mansion looks like. I had my famous pitch on the podcast where I love the idea of like a haunted Christmas, almost like a Nightmare Before Christmas, do a kind of holiday Luigi's Mansion theme, and make it kind of like a village. It's not just the one building. You've got your main building, whether it's a hotel or whatever, but then you can leave it and there's like this kind of like haunted Christmassy ghost village that I think would be really fun to explore and kind of take the series, and make it bigger and better and a little bit more ambitious. The one thing that I think is really exciting about the potential of a Luigi's Mansion game is, I mean, it definitely was one of the top lookers on Switch 1. And the animations, my God, are just amazing in that game. How much character and personality and charm all the characters have. This is one that I definitely believe in. Is it coming out this year? That I don't know, but I would not be surprised to see this one at least get some sort of a trailer drop or a mention this year. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are my initial thoughts.
Alyssa, you got some thoughts?
I have a little bit. One time, I don't remember exactly when last year, but I was on at one point when we talked about Luigi's Mansion because I do remember bringing up that I really love the idea of like the haunted Christmas, and it does seem like based on the rumors that we might be getting Dusk Bloods and Ocarina of Time remake in the fall. So if they did go like Nightmare Before Christmas route, I could see it being like a cool little December game then. If they do like Dusk Bloods October, since it's very like dark, and then Ocarina of Time November, because Zelda's kind of usually like, I mean, they did Tears of the Kingdom in May, but they usually do Zelda like around like September, November a lot of the times. I had another idea though on like them going to like a resort, like Mario, Luigi, and everybody. They go on vacation to like a resort and ends up being haunted. Maybe King Boo is the big bad, or maybe they introduce somebody new, so that way they can kind of tie it to a new Mario franchise movie. Like they have like new, like some old with some of the new to kind of tie together. But that's pretty much like all I got. It would be nice though if it does come out this year, since we're probably not getting 3D Mario. It would kind of satiate the Mario hunger a little bit, even though I kind of feel like Donkey Kong Bonanza is not one for one Mario, but it plays a lot more similar to Mario than Luigi's Mansion would. But I think just having one of the main people in the series have a dedicated game this year would kind of like quell the thirst a little bit for the long awaited 10 years of no 3D Mario.
Yoshi is right there. How dare you disrespect his game?
Sorry.
I feel like we need a Birdo game. Does anyone else agree? I feel like Birdo
I was gonna
needs
say
a game.
something.
Yeah, we're gonna get a rail shooter with Birdo.
I don't want that. And I like
You want a
Princess
Birdo
Showtime.
game? That was wrong,
No.
dude.
House of the Dead style Birdo game.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell else can Birdo do?
I could see
Everything.
a bowling game.
Birdo's bowling.
Birdo's bowling, yeah. Just
You
shoot.
get a Birdo game
dude.
before a
Get some
Waluigi game,
ball.
huh?
See? Someone here with vision. Thank you, Stash. I appreciate that.
The shades
All
that
right.
gave me the vision.
Totally tubular. You got some thoughts?
Yes, I got plenty of thoughts.
There we
I'll
go.
be the voice of disappointment. Watch, Luigi's Mansion is just a remake of the 3DS game. It's just they already remade they remade 2. They remade Luigi's Mansion 2. Now they're like, oh, Luigi's Mansion 1 is right there. The remake of everybody wanted on the Switch. They're finally gonna get it.
It's Switch 2 edition.
And it's the Switch 2 edition. I mean, I think the original is the GOAT by like a landslide. I love like how the ghosts were scary in the original as opposed to cute and friendly. But I mean, that's like the lowest worst case scenario. I would love for them to see a new game. I'll make a prediction and say that it either goes open world or it's a castle, a haunted like castle. Maybe Peach's Castle.
I like a haunted castle.
Maybe not Peach's Castle. I don't know, but I just like they already with the hotel, like it wasn't necessarily open, but like it was a lot more non-linear than the prior two. I think they're just gonna go much more open. And funny enough, like because Luigi's Mansion, like people are like, oh, do people even like play those games? And I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure Luigi's Mansion 3 is like the best-selling horror video game ever made. Even though it might not seem horror related, it is horror adjacent. And by default, then I mean, I think it's sold more than every Resident Evil game, which would there's nothing higher than Resident Evil for horror. And so it's like, yeah, there's no way they're not going to make another one at some point. Like, I'm sure they're going to make another one. I hope it's not just a remake of a remake.
Luigi's Mansion really hoarded itself out.
Yeah, it really hoarded itself out. And there'll be another one at some point. It'd be pretty cool. I remember like the graphics were pretty amazing in 3, especially for the time. And with Luigi, it was fun. As for like a Luigi's Mansion movie, I mean, I think you said that they're like beginning to pitch or something like that. I was like, these companies thinking about pitch. Okay, so they haven't even pitched it. I was like, companies, especially when I was with like PlayStation, like they'll pitch like so many things. Like we're talking dozens, and like the pitching process is months. The approval process is months just to figure out what the hell they're even going to do. And it's like
a tent.
Yeah, and so I was like, them pitching it. I mean, they probably are going to be pitching Luigi's Mansion, I imagine, with a dozen other projects. When that finally happens, I I mean, maybe I would say in the next 10 years that'll show up, but it makes a perfect sense from Nintendo's standpoint. But I'd like to see a new Luigi's Mansion. But if they bring him back, like I would love to see them kind of pull like a Bonanza where like maybe there's another villain, but it's not a 10. Maybe like when they pull up a Bonanza where like there's a new antagonist, but then it's King Boo. It's always got to be King Boo. The King Boo they got in Luigi's Mansion's different from the baseball and the Mario Kart and all that. He's got like the dark eyes and he's like serious and like pink or purple, or I don't know. I'm too colorblind to tell you what color he actually is, but it's like the scary King Boo, not the little baby King Boo that's just a normal Boo but big. But somebody's saying Dead Space Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, let's get it. Super Mario Galaxy, but Luigi's Mansion. I was like the haunted Rosalina Comet Observatory. But yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty cool to see it. The Mario Kart ride at Universal literally has Luigi's Mansion in it already. There's already that little bit of synchrony, I guess, with Universal already. It's only like, I mean, the ride's like 3 minutes and it's probably like 25 seconds.
Jonathan, there's been a theme tonight of your predictions making me very sad and depressed because you predicted we're getting a 3DS 2D. Or,
if you shoot for the bottom, it can only go up from here.
Yeah, see, if he was for our Ocarina of Time remake stuff, he'd be the one being like, guys, it's just the 3DS version of HD.
Hey, you know what? The way I see it, totally tubular, not squarular. If you shoot for the bottom, you're gonna only go up from here. Like I'm going in this with a bare minimum expectation that isn't nothing, and I'm like, yeah, it's just a port. It's just a stupid port. And you know what? I say that like, oh, it's just a port. Who cares? But like, then you look at the numbers and it's like, okay, no, actually, this sold like crazy. So I guess there was somebody who cared, and it's like, I don't know. I just go into this. I go into every showcase, every rumor, everything with just the bare minimum. It was like the bare minimum, the worst case scenario, because then you only have a positive reception from there if it's anything other than that. Like I remember when I read Monkey Ball was coming back, like this was like 8 years ago, and I was like, fuck, we're gonna get a new Monkey Ball. That sounds amazing. And then they're like, we're remaking Banana Blitz, and I'm like, bro, that's like one of the shittiest ones. Why on earth would you remake that? And then they're like, well, it needs to sell well, and then we'll remake the ones people care about, and then maybe we'll get a new one. And I'm like, what is this, like video game terrorism? You give into their demands and you buy the one you don't want. I was like, no. But I mean, eventually we did get the Monkey Balls that people actually wanted and some new ones. But I just think back to like shit like that where I'm just like, I was so excited for a new Monkey Ball, and it's like the worst one they're remaking. And so I'm just like, I'm just gonna go with the low shot.
I think about decisions like that and I get really worked up, and I never know where to direct my anger. Is it towards the person who pitched it in the boardroom or the person who thought it was a brilliant idea?
It's everyone.
I don't know who's worse.
Yeah. I was like, it's everyone. And I don't know. Like I remember when I could say it now because it's been years. I remember when I was with PlayStation and they started pitching a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, and I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I was like, who the fuck wants this? And like then it was like a town hall with everyone or whatever, and they were just like, yep, we're doing it. It like had overwhelming approval, and I'm like, really? I was like, ask one consumer who wants this. Like, no. And then like, yep, it's like a year later or whatever. They got it out pretty quick. I think it was Nix's, funny enough, the PlayStation PC company that did it as well. And I was just like, this was probably like 3 or 4 years ago now, but it was like 3 years ago. And I'm just like, dude, where are these people coming from? Where are these like people who like, what rock are y'all living under where you think this is like what the people want? And so it just, maybe it's made me a little like jaded, I guess, in that sense. But after seeing it, especially firsthand, I just go for the lowest thing. I'm like, Luigi's Mansion port, Star Fox port, 3DS version of Ocarina of Time. I want them all to be wrong. I want my nice Unreal Engine 5 Luigi's Mansion.
The good news is none of those are the worst case scenario.
Worst case is nothing.
Well, no, I actually think the worst case scenario is taking a team that's like really, really good at something. Let's just say, I don't know. Let's say Monolith. They're really good at making great, big, story-driven single-player RPGs and putting them on. We want you to do a games of service now.
Oh, I can give you one.
That's why I got laid off.
I can give you one.
Did you pitch a games of service?
No,
No.
I got laid off because of games as a service. Because Insomniac's live service thing didn't work out.
Yep. I'm sorry that happened, man.
Oh well, I'm much happier now just doing YouTube.
Good.
Hey, it's like asking Rare to work on your operating system, your UI. It's like asking Rare to make Mii's for Xbox and stop making single player games. That's literally exactly what Microsoft did with Rare. That
Really?
was the worst case scenario. We lived it. We're still living it. That's
Still
why
waiting
you
for
don't have
Banjo.
no Banjo. That's why they didn't capitalize on Banjo being in Smash.
They're
They're
not the
too
only
busy
ones that can do it.
Microsoft's dirty work.
They don't even have Rare is so tiny now. I believe they're like under 50 people, and it's just Sea of Thieves support. They're not even they're in name only. They're very much in name only. There's probably nobody.
They rarely make games now.
They rarely make anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
John, how long did you work at Insomniac for, if you don't mind me asking? Just curious.
I was there 1 year, and I was with exactly 1 year, and then they let me go. And before that, I was with Visual Arts and Service Group for about 2 years, and then I got let go from them. Then came back to go to Insomniac, and then got let go. And so I love PlayStation. They let me go twice.
Did you get much sleep there?
I what?
Stupid.
Did I sleep there?
Did you get much sleep working at Insomniac?
Did I get much sleep? Yeah, I was sleepy, man. I slept like 3 hours a day. No, they kept me very busy there. They kept everyone very busy there. I will give them that. I got
one of my good friends has worked there. One of my good friends has worked there for a while now.
I could know them.
It's possible. I'll drop their name. I don't want to say it.
Yeah,
you don't need to say it on here. You don't need to say it on here.
People on the show, holy crud.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, it's it's a personal friend of mine. Of course.
I was like, we don't need to do that. I was like, you just DM.
About to hit end stream right quick to protect your friend. God damn
it. No, it was a few years ago now though, and then it just is what it is. I mean, I got to see some cool stuff for sure. And then Insomniac had that giant leak, and I got a thing in the mail saying, hey, we believe that your social security number, your passport, and your bank information has been leaked. Here's 3 months of Equifax. And I'm like,
yep,
isn't Classic. That great? Like, and then I go onto the deep web and I find my offer letter. I find my my yearly review. I even found my own bank information using like Tor or whatever. And I was like, this is awesome. This is so awesome. I found out.
Wow.
And then I was like, let me go see what my manager was making.
It's crazy.
All righty.
Oh, I did see. And then I'm like, and I'm the one that got let go. Okay. That I swear I'm not bitter, fellas.
Not at all. Steve, Thunderstash. Get some thoughts on the mansion.
Yeah, so again, we've talked about this several times on the podcast. All of us have. Andres has been on. He's talked about it a lot too.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of videos on Luigi's Mansion. I think he's 100%, on the right track. I think we're all collectively on that track that, Luigi's Mansion is coming. It makes total sense. Part 3 was the best selling Luigi's Mansion far and away. They had the momentum. I think with the movie, they've made references to Luigi's Mansion and to him being a very, scared person, easily scared. And it's just like obvious what they're doing as far as the setup goes. I, for one, would think that they're actually further along than a pitch. I do. So I think we get the DK movie. We get Zelda. But I think Luigi there's a good chance it's next, which would it'd probably get us to Luigi's Mansion by what 2030. So not too far off, maybe 2031. I could see it in the next 5 years for sure. As far as the game, I really want a shopping mall. I want it in a mall.
Dead Rising.
Yeah, that's obviously it's hollowed out basically, just the remnants of the old stores in the mall. But Christmas theme. Christmas time at the mall. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Do you make
That's
it
really it.
1980s abandoned mall?
Yeah, 80s would be
Yeah.
badass.
80s
Like
to early
Stranger
90s
Things.
mall.
Look what they did with the mall and Stranger Things. It was
It was awesome.
it was so awesome, man.
It was nostalgic. And I
It was
wasn't
very-
like the 80s. I mean, I was a kid, but I don't remember them all. I remember from the 90s. Totally reminded me of the early 90s. I'm like, dude, this is sick.
Yeah, it's sick. And it's a big reason why I want it, because I mean, indoor malls are very nostalgic.
I'm fortunate to still have one around here.
We have an outdoor mall in Arizona. Make that make sense. It's hot as fuck for like 8 months of the year.
Just like a strip mall or something.
Let's go sweat our ass off before we walk into the store. You know what I mean? We used to have tons of indoor malls. They've all been. I've witnessed so many get bulldozed. Like I've witnessed them at their peak. I worked at some, like when I worked at EB Games, back in the day. That mall's bulldozed. All of them are, man. I've seen all the Best Buys close around them too. The Toys R Us. I've seen everything close. The Sports Authorities. You guys remember Sports Authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the places. So I think that'd be a really fun setting, though, because it would be nostalgic to revisit in the game. And I think the most exciting times at the mall was Christmas time, the holidays. And so it would be the most fun to revisit that at a Luigi's Mansion game. I think that'd be badass. So that's what I want to see there. And then the amiibo, dude, I mean, I don't even have to say, I think the proof is out there, but Nintendo has become like revitalized in the amiibo market. Look at what they've done. All these amiibo they're releasing. The quality of them, though, has increased quite a bit. They're way bigger. They're way higher quality as far as how they actually look. You look at the Kirby Air Ride amiibo. Look at the Rosalina and Mario Galaxy amiibo that just came out. So, yeah, why wouldn't they do a Luigi's Mansion one? I might ask, like, why haven't they done one?
We should have already had one.
This should have been out a long time ago. Yeah, what are we doing? Like,
The fact
literally,
that
what are
Alan
we
Green
doing?
didn't have one. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling. So, yeah, I fully expected. I mean, look, the little girl from Pragmata is getting an amiibo. I think Luigi's Mansion is going to get an amiibo, man.
What's the name of the dog, the Polterpup or something like that?
I think that's it.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah, I think
Something like that?
you're right.
He's like red.
Dude, if we get a Luigi's Mansion movie, they're gonna sell a lot of Yoshi toys, but they would sell so many of that Polterpup.
Oh,
or
yeah,
whatever,
they would.
whatever the dog is called. Like
Yeah,
that would
it's
just be a toy.
It's Polterpup.
There, yeah, there we go.
I think that
And
movie
again-
would do very good, though, around Halloween.
Yeah, and then that opens the door for the theme park. And I used to go to Horror Nights every year, and when they opened up in Hollywood, the Super Nintendo Land, being there around Halloween time for the Horror Nights, they don't do anything with the Nintendo Land, and I'm like, man, they're missing out on like a Luigi's Mansion attraction, having like booze going
Booze, yeah.
around and stuff. But I love how it opens the door for that.
Yeah, dude, that's a perfect fit. Absolutely. because like even going to Disney around Halloween in October or going there December around Christmas, everything that they do at the park is so awesome. Like it does really, in my opinion, enrich the experience. And so to have that, but Nintendo, dude, that'd be awesome. Like sign me up for that. I love that.
Yeah, for the Horror Nights, they literally just close the area.
They close it. Yeah.
Anybody goes this year, let me know. I got the season pass. I have a problem.
I'll let you know.
So, look, for the movie, I don't have a lot of ideas for the movie. I kind of was stashing that I feel like they've already pitched it. Maybe that's obviously that's not what Special Nick heard, but the people that he's hearing from might not be, all the way in the know. They just finally caught wind themselves that Nintendo was thinking about pitching it. I would assume they already have. Now, because of that leaked docket earlier, I think the Donkey Kong movie and even the Star Fox movie would come first. The question is, would it be another Mario movie or would it be a Luigi's Mansion movie instead next after that? I have no idea. But 2030, 2031, somewhere in there sounds right to me. And yeah, have it be like a Halloween movie. Make it. I mean, I like the Nightmare Before Christmas theme idea for the movie. I think that would be sick. They could do some really cool stuff with the movie with that. So yeah, that I would like to see that. As for the game, look, you talked about the mall. I was going to bring up an abandoned mall because I know you've brought it up before, but I just think it's such a cool idea. Especially if they can and people are like, well, can a mall be big? Well, sure, a mall can be big enough. And if they want a really big mall, there's Mall of America. You can just base it off of that one. You could live in that place all day. There's so much to do in there. Thankfully, Mall of America is still around and still gets enough customers to stay around. So
it'd be cool if they had like an abandoned video game store in the mall that looks just like GameStop.
That would be
get Rainforest Cafe, Mall of America.
Yeah, Rainforest Cafe, classic.
I didn't mind the food last time I was there. It's still just okay. You're paying for the environment.
It's the experience for sure.
Yeah, that's the environment. Because I went to Mall of America once last year. Actually, it was actually really nice. They've done a good job at giving reasons to want to come there. I think other malls could maybe learn from some of what Mall of America's done to stay relevant. Anyways, yeah, so I'm going to bring up an idea actually someone super chatted in that I think is really cool. So Warren Bowman's DC channel says Luigi Mansion 4 haunted cruise ship or shipyard. I like the cruise ship part especially.
Yep.
I think that could be bad because what is a cruise ship if not a floating hotel? Except it's like a city. So there's other things going on in it that could just be so cool. And that you could see the setup too, right? Luigi and friends going on vacation. Except shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
And Luigi's the only one left. He's got to save his friends. Where are they on this cruise ship? I don't know. Time to play and find out. Oh, that could be so cool. You could play on so many themes with that too. You could bring haunted pirates in there. Oh, that'd be sick.
You do Titanic or Titanic?
Yeah, you definitely have a Titanic room where you walk in and there's a ghost holding another ghost floating on a door in some water.
Yeah.
What is going on?
That would be great.
That would be so sick. Yeah, so I think that could be just a really cool idea. Again, I don't know if they will go that route. Of course, whatever idea they have, someone mentioned, them going more open world. I don't think they're really going to do that. I think they look at what's been working with Luigi's Mansion this whole time. It's been this single building. Well, the buildings get bigger every time. I think it's still going to be a single building thing. As cool as it would be of Game Board's idea, where you have your main building, maybe a small little town. I do like that idea, especially. Can you imagine that? You have your abandoned hotel or your hotel, but it's at a ski resort village that's got some small stuff going on. That would be really cool. And that also, you guys can't tell, we keep going to this Nightmare Before Christmas idea. It's almost like we like the Nightmare Before Christmas a lot around here.
Yeah,
it's almost like Halloween and Christmas like opposite holidays, basically, that seem to just go so well together somehow, some way. All you gotta do is go watch that one. What's that one movie with the killer snowman, the Jack Snowman? Oh my god, it's a terrible movie, but it's
Not Jack Frost, but
not the Jack Frost one. No.
Evil Frosty the
I
Snowman.
can't remember. There was another one,
yeah,
and it was so bad.
I remember the cover art for it.
But they made like 7 of them. I'm like,
Yeah,
like you watch them and they're so it's like shit I'm shooting in my backyard. It's so
yeah,
bad,
very bad.
but whatever. It had its cult following enough to make 7 of them apparently. But yeah, I think Luigi's Mansion it makes a lot of sense. Like we're in a new generation, so all of this makes sense for all these IPs to come back around. You know, it's funny because Luigi's Mansion has been a really popular one. That one and 3D Mario and Ocarina of Time Remake are ones that we've been talking about for quite a while. Surprisingly, we haven't talked as much about Smash Bros. Outside of an occasional mention of like a Switch 2 version coming. And that's just because there doesn't seem to be any momentum right now for anything Smash Bros. Anytime soon. Probably because of Kirby Air Riders last year, to be clear. You know, most people don't think that Sakurai is going to have back-to-back years releasing a game that, you know, that doesn't really jive in my head. Maybe 2027 at the earliest. We'll see. Because you know they're going to want a roadmap for DLC for that game, so you don't want to release it too late into the generation. And yeah, so yeah, I think Luigi's Mansion is just it's one of my favorite games Nintendo's made. Honestly, one of my favorite spinoffs from the Mario franchise. And one that LM3 did a lot for me because I'm not a big fan of Dark Moon. I think it's significantly worse than the first game. I think it just sucked the soul out of Luigi's Mansion. It was very bland, which happens because guess what? Next Level Games didn't make the first Luigi's Mansion. They took over the franchise. So like their first attempt at it was fine and it sold okay, but it just wasn't nearly as good as the first one. All the ghosts were the same. It just felt really repetitive. But they nailed a fucking home run with Luigi's Mansion 3. That game is so good. Oh my God. It's like they finally realized, oh, this is what people want. Yes. Now give me more. Because it's awesome. Dude, I knew the game was going to be good the moment I played it at E3 back in 2019 because they had you do an E3. They had you do the little castle area where you end fighting the Ghost Knight. And I'm like, dude, this is sick. This is better than anything I did in Dark Moon. What the fuck? And this is an E3 demo. I hope the rest of the game's this good. Oh yeah, the rest of the game is that good. I'm really excited. I'm a huge fan of Luigi's Mansion. Can't wait for more. Sorry, Sayuran, who apparently hates Luigi's Mansion so much he fell asleep over there. He's like, I'm catching strays with him. To be fair, he did say he doesn't like Luigi's Mansion. So.
I didn't say it was a bad game. I just said I didn't like it. I exist in a space where, as a gamer, I cannot like something and it cannot be bad.
Well, I mean, that's true for everyone. I like that stance because there's so many other people that are like, if I don't like it, it means it's bad. I'm like, no, it's not. It just might not be for you. There's lots of things I don't like, but I can still think like I didn't like Returnal. Doesn't mean I think it's a bad game. It's just not. Yeah, it's just not for me. It's not a big deal. Like who cares? All right. So with that, I think we'll just wrap things up here and go to the Q&A. There's still time, guys, to super chat in your questions. Anyone watching on any of the channels, if you want to get specific questions in for the panel, we've got I think 3 questions lined up and then just one statement. I'll just get the statement out of the way. This goes from Super Groover 001. Said Prime is quiet today. I don't know if that was a joke, like I'm actually talking a lot, or if you're just laughing that I'm quiet. I don't really know.
I actually love that there's no context.
There's no context.
I love that.
Super chatted. This person super chatted. I wasn't talking, but I will say, guys,
I love when you get.
If you watch enough of these episodes, I actually don't talk that much. Like if you like remember the Nintenbyte or the Nintendo Prime podcast, I talked a shitload. Most of these podcasts, I just kind of guide it to the next topic, and I just sit here and wait my turn. So like, yeah, I don't talk as much. It's all right. I don't need to. You want to hear me talk a lot next week when it's just the core 4, no guests. Hell, Eric might talk. You know what?
Yeah.
No, fuck that. I watched the 2 episodes I was gone for in December, and Eric talked a lot. And I am now because he doesn't do it when I'm here.
Yeah, he talked a lot, man.
Dude.
He felt a lot more comfortable with just Stash and I.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I'm taking the next 6 months off. Fine.
No, Prime. My favorite super chats are the ones where people will tip in and say, "Why is Prime so pissed off?" Those come in a lot, and you're like, "What the hell?" Like nothing weird happened.
Comes in
You
with
didn't yell at all.
Me
Like, why is it Prime so angry today?
He's so mad. I'm like, what? I'm mad. Jesus, we're just having some friendly banter.
But it happened. It happens when that doesn't even happen.
I know.
Sometimes people just tip that.
Dude, I got a super chat once being like, dude, Nintendo Prime is such an asshole. And I'm like, I didn't say anything. I'm literally not talking. Like, what did I do? Dude, I kept praise for everything. You guys say a bunch of people online have mental illnesses. Next day, I'm getting fucking pinged on Twitter saying Prime's an asshole, saying that we all have mental illnesses. I'm like, I didn't say shit. But it's fine. I think people just are used to, you know what? If I'm on the panel and people didn't like something, it's all my fault. So that's fine.
Yeah, it works out good.
The reputation, yeah, for us. Oh, God.
I have a question. Were you at PAX East this year?
No, I was not. No.
Okay, I was like, did I miss you? Okay.
Yeah. I know. I saw you there last year. No, I didn't go this year. I don't know if I'm ever gonna go again because after going to PAX West, that is the place to be.
Apparently, I missed out by deciding to go to East, but all right, I guess I have to try it.
Yeah, West.
Come to West, man. We had so much fun.
Speaking of that, I got my flight and hotel booked. We booked it like I think 4, 5, 6 weeks ago.
Okay.
Before I knew the oil prices were going to shoot up.
Do we have dates? I didn't even know we had dates.
Yeah, we have dates. We have dates. It's always going to be the weekend of what is that?
Is that Labor Day?
Like Labor Day, maybe. It's that first weekend in September.
That is Labor Day, I believe.
Yeah. So, yeah, because they always do it on Labor Day. So, yeah, we will. Stash, just let me know what hotel you got privately. And I'll see what the rates are like there if I want to do that or one that's right nearby it. We'll see. Because I was also looking at ones that are literally right across the street from it, and I was like, oh, they still got a couple rooms.
I think that's what we might have done.
Yeah, there were some that were still had some rooms available, and I was talking to Eric. I was like, we might need a book soon if we want to get a decent rate because this is only going to go up.
Yep.
At least get that booked. We'll see on the flights. We could probably wait a little bit, but no, I wait too long. All right, let's get to the next one up. Obviously, the classic, Demonic Brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL Hits. Had to save that to look, guys. I was featuring super chats throughout the show that were relevant to the topics, but this one needed to be read off every week. Yeah. It's tradition.
Legendary.
It's tradition. And if he ever misses an episode, I hope someone else picks up the slack because we can't not have that be part of an episode.
Yeah, we can't not have that.
Totally tubular. Jonathan's just gonna be like, yeah, but they're just gonna be ports.
I'd be fine with that. I was like, dude. Those games are legendary. I don't even like sports games, and I like some of those. I was like, those. I'd be happy with ports. I mean, fucking just get rid of the licenses.
Ports, and then just offer like an alternative, updated roster of modern players. You can play with the old school players or play with the current players.
Just let us put in user-generated content, and you don't even need to give us anything. I was like, just bring it back in any way. I was like, I'd be happy with a port. I was like at this point with those. Not to be the port guy, but ports, remakes, and remasters. That's all we get.
All right. Demar Brawler says, my question is, does resale value increase as well? Yes. Unlike all the price increases, yes. I'll give you an idea. I can resell the PC that I built 2 years ago for more than I paid for it right now. Yes.
What about for key carts?
Depends on the game. It depends on the game.
That's not game dependent. Like the value of the games is always game dependent. So, and then Wink the Man. Here we go. It's the last question we got, unless we get some more in. It says, do you think the next Nintendo system will be a brand new 4K home console or a Switch 3?
They got to change it up. I don't think they get away with doing just a Switch 3. If it is a Switch 3, it needs to be like a Switch DS. It's got to be some sort of a hybrid clamshell.
Well, hey, look at that. Look at the iPhone. Do you guys see the new iPhone?
Yeah.
Oh, so someone was unboxing it. Like,
Wait, someone unboxed the new one?
yeah, a day or two ago. Okay.
It comes out this year?
It was on X. It wasn't supposed to be unboxed yet. And
No,
so
they haven't
Apple's
even-
like,
they haven't revealed it yet.
screw
They
it.
don't reveal it till like 2 weeks before.
It is a
So-
folding phone.
Oh, they're doing it? Oh, they might get me to upgrade this year then.
Right. And so I didn't upgrade this past year, which I'm glad because I'll definitely get like my maximum upgrade. But when I saw that, my first thing I thought of was, GBA SP. Do we have the tech now to do this on the next Switch or possibly on a future Switch 2 model?
I gotta see the foldable phone. I gotta see it. Did he unbox the foldable one?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I gotta see it.
It's about time they get with it. Android's been
Yeah,
how long
man,
have we been had
for it, but
those?
no one's showing any. Well, they don't want Apple coming after them. No one's showing any of the images.
I wouldn't be surprised if the video's taken like just fucking.
Well, the
They went
video's
all-
probably been nuked.
They went all Men in Black on Twitter.
Apple probably nuked it, but obviously that doesn't mean it. Once it hits the internet, it's available somewhere.
It just might take a minute to find.
Yeah, there's got to be an image of it somewhere. Okay, I see some dummies. Hold on. Dummies of what the final size of the iPhone Fold. Okay.
I sent a link in the private chat there.
Did you? Okay. Let's see here if what this has.
When you get to the end, like at the 50-second mark, you can see it.
Yeah, I'm-
unfolded.
Let's show it on here and get the whole podcast taken now. No, I'm
What's,
just playing.
what's the inside look like? Okay, that's not okay. Okay, when it's folded out, it looks like okay. It's a little interesting. That form factor is different.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to think. Like if I hold my son's, it's like a little taller. I'll have to see it in person to know if I want to get see because what I've been hoping, what I've really wanted is like an iPhone that folds and opens up and it turns into like an iPad Mini. So I love the
yeah.
iPad Mini size. I love it, and I'm like, dude, if you just fold this in half, it's a phone. But we'll see. Obviously,
I want it to be a sphere.
The Game Sphere.
the games.
Yeah. With like a little hologram that pops up above it.
Like in Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you right now. This is what do I think it'll be? I think it's going to be a Switch 3. And I'll tell you why. One, we have a businessman, a number cruncher running the company. Two, Switch 1 was 155 million, 160 million, whatever it finishes up yet. But Switch 2 is the fastest selling platform of all time and is the direct sequel to that. If it sells over 100 million, why the hell would they throw away success? It doesn't matter if it seems boring. They would have never stopped going with the just add more power route if it was selling well. They would have never went away from that. When they went from SNES to 64 to GameCube, they would have kept going the same direction PlayStation was if it was selling. But it wasn't.
They could still do Switch 3 though, and still be pioneers in innovation with their hardware. Like I said, making some sort of a Switch DS is innovating. It's a hybrid console with dual screen technology. You know, there's still ways to innovate. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that.
No, you think it's literally the exact same
I'm
thing?
not saying an accessory can't exist for it, but I literally think it's just going to be yet again a more powerful Switch that maybe to differentiate this time they finally launch it with an OLED screen instead of an LCD, and then
Switch 2 Pro,
and then they throw in. Trying to think, maybe they bring back like analog triggers and try to make a big deal out of those coming back after generations of not having them. You know, like I don't think they need to really do anything crazy. I think gaming, for the most part, is kind of outside of virtual reality, which is a different kind of gaming. But traditional gaming, I think, has basically been in its final form for a long time. We have the controllers, we like the layouts of them. They've been staying the same forever, and we just want good games. It's all about the software, the innovations in the software, not the hardware. So that's what I think.
Just to play devil's advocate, what if Switch 2 and I definitely see Switch 2 hitting 100 million. I don't know that it'll match Switch 1's success.
No,
I think there will be some diminishing returns there.
You would need COVID.
Hypothetically speaking, Prime, let's just say, Switch 2 hits the ground running, fastest selling console of all time, incredible first couple of years in sales. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, those sales start to diminish. And let's say it caps out at like 80 million, 85 million. Still a big success. Obviously, nowhere near as big as the Switch 2. In that sort of scenario, do you think they go back to the drawing board and look at a way to innovate? Or do you think they still go forward with just like a standard Switch 3 that's just a power boost, but no new thrilling bells and whistles, I guess I'll say? Because that could change your opinion on what they do.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know that Nintendo is thinking about this is about what I think Nintendo's going to do. I don't think the sales matter. I think the decision's already been made. Like, I think it's already in development right now. Like, Nintendo has always said, like, hey, we always start development of the next machine after the current one. So I think they already know they're doing a Switch 3. Like, why would you go away from what's working? Even if it tops out at 85 million, maybe they release the Switch 3 earlier. Maybe they think, maybe price point was a bit of the problem. Can we drop this new Switch 3 at cheaper than what we launched the Switch 2 at? If the economy's in a different spot there, and prices have come under control. There's a lot to determine here, because obviously the market's the worst it's ever been to launch a system right now.
Sure.
And Nintendo kind of got in right before the market went to shit, and have just held. But I'm glad they've held. But no one else is. Like, launching the Helix and PS6 is going to be very difficult whenever those ones come out. I know the rumors are as soon as next year, or latest 2028. And I know there was like a faint rumor that Sony might hold off till 2030, but I personally don't think they're going to wait that long. I'm just really curious. I think some of it also matters. Like, does the PlayStation 6 Portable eat into how many Switch 2s can sell too? Like, when that releases, is there a dramatic drop off in Switch 2 sales? Because now they have a competitor, like a direct console level competitor, not just a PC handheld. So we'll see. Nintendo obviously has always crushed the competition when it comes to handhelds. It's like, oh, Vita sold 80 million. That's great. I'm like, yeah. Double that.
I don't think they're going to be able to compete.
Yeah, I mean, look, price point, and obviously it has to play all the same games. Every game on PS6 and PS5 has to run on it.
The Vita was fantastic. That barrier of entry was insane for people.
Yeah. So yeah, I think they're just going to go with Switch 3. I think it's just a logical choice. And I feel confident saying that even now, because not just based on the current sales and all of that. You guys remember in the early days of the podcast, I was pretty adamant they're just going to call this thing Switch 2. And we kept trying to come up with other names. I'm like, dude, Switch 2 it's boring. Everyone says it's boring, it's lame. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's boring, lame. It's about what's the easiest thing to convey to consumers.
Yep.
Nintendo has done the non-boring shit before, and it didn't work. They've done the supers. They've done the whole brand new name every system. It didn't work. And they tried to do like Wii and put a U after it. Didn't work. So what's the easiest way to do? Use number. Like, the entire industry uses numbers. Just use a number. It's not that hard. And it worked. So yeah, I think that this whole idea, I don't think they view Switch as a lightning in a bottle moment. I think they view Switch as no, this is the future. We combined our handheld and home console together. Now, because we did that, we have to actually be more careful and less risk adverse with our hardware. because we don't have, like, in the past they could be like, oh, we could try something with Wii because we already have a handheld that's doing really well, or we could do something crazy with our handheld because Wii is now doing really well. They don't have that 2-pillar console anymore where one can make up for another being a dud. So now it's like, no, they need each system to be successful. Well, then you just keep the hybrid nature going, because that's why Nintendo's game output is so good, by the way, guys, because they were already making games for handheld and making games for home console. So you put it all together, and now their game output looks insane. I was counting it. Like, this isn't all the exclusives, but like Nintendo published games, there's like 10 or 11 exclusives on Switch 2 right now that they have published. That's insane. Exclusives. You have to buy a Switch 2 if you want to play those games. That's insane. So I think it's 8. I'm sorry. I think we had 8. So I had 8 published ones out of 9 months it's been on the market. I think is the exact number. But I'm like, and there's like 11 or 12 total exclusives. But dude, that's an insane thing. Like, I think Nintendo is just going to keep it going, because why stop? People will complain. People will go, just like they did this time. Boring, iterative bullshit. It's just a Switch 3 Pro, or, oh, the Switch 3 is finally the real Switch 2. And it's like, okay. And it'll go on really, really well.
I think we need a second screen, man. I don't think it's far-fetched. I'm just saying, listen, I think that there's a fantastic offer, a fantastic proposition with Nintendo Switch Online and the ability to play the greatest catalog of gaming in history, and it's missing DS and 3DS. And yes, well, listen, the point is like, I'm not saying ditch the hybrid form. I do think it keeps the form factor. I 100% agree with Switch 3. I think that makes the most sense based on the success. But you know what else was successful? The DS, the DS is insanely successful. And yes, the 3DS had a rocky launch, but it ended up being a very successful handheld as well. So those are two proven concepts that Nintendo has under their belt. I think if you merge the two, you're getting the best of both worlds. And the DS being, it did Switch past the DS yet? I don't recall. Has it officially passed the DS?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, you take the hybrid nature and mostly the form factor of Nintendo's best-selling console, and you add in some of the features of their second and nearly identical selling console in one, opening up that whole library to NSO, I think is a big deal.
I think that's happening anyways this generation. I think we're
getting
with
an attachment, or
an accessory attachment.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying, I think the console needs a second screen.
Yeah, they're probably going to sell an attachment that clamshells it.
Okay. Oh, wait, you're finally agreeing with me.
We talked about this when the evidence popped up for this last time the topic came up, talking about dual screens, is that now there's like proof of it.
Smell tea.
I can't deny proof. My thoughts were all opinion. Now there's proof. I can't deny proof.
Good.
So I do think that
see it my way.
See it my way. But I don't see it. I do not see it Game Bird's way. I do not think Switch 3 comes with 2 screens on it. It's just not going to happen.
Double the screens, double the sales, baby.
No, double the screens, annoy all the third parties all over again.
Finally, someone gets it.
Double the screens, annoy every third party under the sun. Just no.
Hey, man, it'd be nice to be able to pin a map to that second screen, whatever you want, like we use our two
inventory,
our two monitors.
Your inventory, you never have to press start again.
That'd be sick.
Just like when they bring Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD to Switch, it will never be as good as the Wii U version because it's missing the one feature that prevented immersion breaking by not needing to hit start to get to your inventory or map.
That's the ultimate quality of life feature.
Yep.
To have that. I want to answer this though too real quick. I will say that I 100% believe it'll be a Switch 3. What I'll also say is that it can have new things. So I think they can go either way, but they're not abandoning the Switch name. That is a brand name now. Just like Nintendo is a brand name, Switch is a brand name, iPhone is a brand name. People call it the iPhone. They don't call it the Apple iPhone unless they're old. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like we call it the Switch 2. We don't call it the Nintendo Switch 2. All proper. It's a Switch 2. It's a Switch. We know it's Nintendo, but it's a Switch. And to the kids, who knows what they may not even think about Nintendo. They think it's a Switch and they don't even know it's Nintendo. So 100%, they're not ditching that. And also, this is where everything's going. Everyone has copied. Microsoft now has a PC handheld. They're doing another one. They're going to do an actual real one, a dedicated one, not one that they're doing with Asus. PlayStation, they got the Portal. I've already said, like, we already know, like, the next console is going to have a handheld. However they do it, I don't know. If it's going to be hybrid or it's going to be a PS6 and then here's also a handheld, but this is where the world is going. So surely, why would you abandon the market that you created? So 100%. I do expect different hooks, though. Right? I would love a second screen. I would love
Do you agree
analog
innovation
triggers.
will still exist with their hardware?
Easily, yes. So
thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so to answer that question, it's going to be both. You asked if it's going to be a 4K home console or something else. It's going to be both. I mean, we have a 4K home console right now. So why wouldn't it be that?
I'll just add that Switch 3, you don't need to be bigger than Switch 2.
What if that's the innovation? What if it's like 3 times the size? The world's biggest hybrid console.
Walk around holding the fucking TV.
The slogan Switch 3, bigger is better, You
guys remember the Orion, that little attachment
you're
that
playing
was
with
like to the Switch, the original Switch?
Yeah, I remember
that little gigantic thing. It was like this big. It was like, and people loved it. And I was like, this is stupid as hell. This defeats the purpose.
There are some people that I'll give it an example, like Mike Odyssey with his eyesight, like having that bigger screen in portable mode actually can make a difference for. It's a very specialized use case, where that makes sense. I think for most consumers. You just want to look ridiculous in the airport. That's how you want to. Or maybe you're like, hey, dude, I've been in situations where I'm hanging out with friends all the time. We're always waiting in line. We want to basically have a TV to sit there and play portable mode together. I'm like, all right, maybe. But yeah, I actually have one of those that are on my shelf back there. I reviewed it a long time ago, back when I used to review stuff sometimes. Works. Battery life is shit, but I mean, you're running dot bone on the go. So, all right, cool. We have one more that came in here. This was about this topic. How about Switch 3D? I don't think
3DS, but for Switch.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, anyways.
Yeah,
I don't see it happening. I think Nintendo did a correction during the 3DS era by releasing, the 2DS to capture that market because so many people didn't use the 3D. I personally, I love it. I think that makes the 3DS so damn cool, and kind of like this timeless piece of technology that will look back. It'll probably be looked back on fondly years from now. People are like, "Holy shit, this is crazy! Why don't we do this anymore?" Well, some people didn't like it.
Some people got sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of games where it didn't enhance the experience, but
all you gotta do is say,
that did,
how those 3D TVs take off? Why are those not around anymore? It's the same reason.
Yeah.
It's the exact same reason. Like, it's just not enough people care about 3D like that.
I just miss the old school 3D where you had like the red lens and the blue lens, and everything was like super blurry.
Oh, speak for yourself. I was like, as a colorblind person, that was hell.
And I'll say this: the only place I really even enjoy 3D anymore is at like an IMAX. It can be pretty cool. But IMAX experiences are just cool in general. So
Yeah, those are pretty timeless.
yeah. Yeah, I don't really. It's funny too. I'm sitting there listening to Stash. He's talking about like why there won't be 3D or whatever, and I sat there. I'm like, I could repeat the same argument for why there won't be a second screen. But I think there will be an accessory for Switch 2, and that accessory will work with Switch 3 if people want to use it. I'd be surprised. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised if Nintendo made it not work with Switch 3 to have to buy a new accessory. But
well, for the DS, obviously NSO. You
yeah,
that second screen.
That's the only reason, though. Like, I don't think that's why I don't think the Switch 3 will come with an extra screen, because like that would have to be a core feature of the whole platform, and I don't think Nintendo's going backwards to that, because this is an all-in-one system that has to be able to support not just your games, but the third parties that make it on other platforms that don't use two screens. Yeah. So like, and again, this isn't Iwata era. This is Furukawa. We got to remember like who the president is and what he did with Switch 2. What did Switch 2? They added what, mouse mode that like nothing uses. It's a more powerful Switch. Let's just be honest about what Switch 2 is, and it's working. So I think we're thinking too much. We think there's going to be some big crazy innovation. It'll be something. It's not going to be. It's going to be something like mouse mode where it's just.
I'll happily take those triggers.
Yeah, the triggers would be cool. Like if they do haptic triggers or something. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like it'll be something like that where it's like it doesn't really look any different, but there is a difference, and some games will use it.
Give me the DualSense tech and handheld. I'm all over that.
Bro, they brought the Virtual Boy back. Any of these can come back.
It's the same.
Anything is possible.
Company.
Dude, I'm waiting for the Power Glove re-release.
The Power Glove and the Super Scope.
Oh, look, after Virtual Boy, dude, anything's possible at this point. Anything's possible. Dude, can you imagine if they made a modern day Power Glove? That would be sick. That might be the first time I'll finally second time that I'll buy one of the NSO accessories. Because I bought the GameCube controller one. That's the only other one I bought. So, I didn't own a Virtual Boy at one point, but I used one a bunch because I had a friend with one. I've never seen a Power Glove in person.
Never.
They're really uncomfortable.
I know. I've heard.
So if they ever redo it, I hope they add a little more.
Add a little padding or something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard they're really uncomfortable and they look like hot trash. But it's like in that, what was the one movie they introduced it in where they're like, oh yeah,
The Wizard.
The Wizard.
Yeah.
I'm the best.
With Lucas.
You got the power.
Lucas, yeah. He said it's so bad.
Yep. It's terrible.
As in like it's so badass, but no, it's really just really bad also.
Yeah, there was another movie where the kid got really cocky head and then everyone kicked his ass. And he's like, why does this thing suck so much? I'm like, it's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It just looks cool. But for actual
Power Glove literally is one of the
control
video game accessories, period.
It's terrible. They could, by the way, if they did remake it as an accessory, I mean, I assume they could make the motion controls better today.
I always wanted it for Punch Out.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I just want it as like a fashion accessory, like just to wear, you know?
Yeah.
That's probably what I would do
at a party.
Nah, all of PAX West, I just walk around with that thing on there.
Wear them as like workout gloves at the gym.
Dude, that would be so sick.
Yeah, that would be.
Gotta power up them biceps.
Right.
One last
someone a
how would Nintendo Switch 2 hold or keep a stable second screen? I would be all in the accessory and how it's built. There's lots of ways they can come up to do that.
With screws, of course.
There you go. Yeah, could clip on, screw on. Who the hell fucking knows? There's patents out there that show like Nintendo attempting it behind the scenes for like different things. So, yeah, who knows?
Be a grip, like some sort of a grip.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about in this case for Switch 2 where it's an accessory that would literally be for NSO. So it would be, and it would probably, I wouldn't even be surprised if like say it's like a DS accessory. If they do the OG DS, you know how the top screen originally had like a slight slant and then a flat spot. I can see them doing that. So you fold it down and it kind of looks like a giant DS.
It'd be sick if they made it in OLED too.
Ooh. Ooh. That'd be beautiful.
People start buying it because, like, can I just play all my games on just this screen, please?
Well, yeah. Hey, if you think about it, if they release, switch to OLED, it would be kind of weird to then buy an LCD screen. Like,
not to mention,
I would like the option to buy an OLED top screen as well.
If you can change your priority screen,
the
Switch 2, you could already put the Joy-Cons on upside down now with the electromagnetic technology.
I accidentally put them on upside down. I was like, what the fuck did I do?
There's a reason there's two of those ports.
They won't charge, though. They won't charge backwards, I think. And it was kind of annoying. Because sometimes I'll just throw them on there.
Yeah. So I remember when Mike Odyssey was really big on this whole folding thing, and he's like, "Well, yeah, all you have to do is flip it upside down and see. Look, you can do it. You can attach the controllers." I'm like, "Yeah, but the controllers aren't charging, Mike. Like, they did not design it for this. The controllers don't charge. They attach, but they're not charging, which means they're working in wireless mode. So." But we'll see what happens with an accessory. And I'll say this, guys: if DS comes, it has to work without the accessory. Please don't make it like a Virtual Boy where you have to have the accessory.
They give you just a cardboard screen.
Like with Virtual Boy, because the games aren't very good anyways. But like, I don't want to have to buy an accessory to play DS and 3DS. We've seen, was it like Castlevania and some others that came to Switch 1? Like, they figured it out. So you can figure it out. Emulators have been figuring this out forever. So yeah. There's ways to make it work on one screen, but keeping an optional second screen accessory, I think it does make some sense if they ever bring it over. That's it. That's all I got. Let's go around the room. Let people know what we got going on, where they can find us, and then get the fuck out of here. Let's start with Totally Tubular Johnson, the negative Nancy of the stream.
Johnson.
Wow. I didn't mean to be. I was just somebody got to keep us rooted in reality here.
Johnson, because he's. And when I think of Johnson, it's just a negative every time. I can't go Jonathan because he got Nathan in his name, and that's me, and I'm
Joe Nathan, actually.
Yeah, see?
No. See? Sorry if I was the downer, being a downer. I'll be totally tubular here and say that everything I said is wrong. Everything I said is wrong, and we're only going to get the best new games.
We're getting the highest hopium of everything.
The highest hopium. I was like, I hope that everything I said was wrong, and we get a bunch of cool shit.
I always like wrong.
Like I might be shooting for the fucking pits, but like I'm hoping we're in the sky. You can find me on the YouTubes. That's where I live. Lots of rankings, lists, reviews, and talking about my time working in the industry. I'm gonna be ranking all the Star Fox games real quick here before the new one comes out, allegedly. And it was great being on here. I'm gonna make sure to port this.
Oh, there we go. Then we got Sayaran.
Hello, everyone. You can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/SayaRanGaming. Find me on Twitter, Saya_Ran. Instagram, I post gym stuff sometimes. And then TikTok, but we don't talk about TikTok anymore, man. TikTok is just, they do whatever they want to do over there. Game reviews, fun stuff, indies, Pokemon, a lot of Pokemon right now. I'm playing Pokemon Champions. I've been playing this entire time.
How do you like it?
I love it. If you like or you know anything about VGC or just like battling, you're gonna have fun. If you know nothing, you're gonna have fun, but you have to be willing to learn. And it's no single player, so it's just you just play it against people. So it's live service. That's where we're at. So yeah, anything Pokemon, I'm there. Anything Nintendo, I'm there. Besides Luigi's Mansion and apparently Star Fox 2. So yeah.
half our show.
Half the show. He's like, fuck
nice
you.
planning, Prime.
I did. I guess I picked the topics. I just didn't come up with them. There's only like one topic that didn't make the cut. Let's see here. Sky Sword
Pokemon. Sorry, Saya.
It was Pokemon. It actually was a Pokemon topic.
That's Jack. Brown.
It was gonna be about how shitty that game is. You just praised.
Gypped him of his championship. Champions,
Dang.
not championship.
Shots fired.
It's all good.
That's
Hey,
how
I spent my $7.
that's not
I'm
how
good.
we treat our guests here. What the hell, dude? The
Hey,
hell
I'm not
is
the
that?
negative one this time.
I was told I was being too quiet. See, this is why I'm gonna shut up. All right.
Sorry about that, man. I don't condone that, by the way.
I stream games on YouTube. I'm Skyward Alyssa. Right now I'm playing through Mario Galaxy, so I'll be doing that tomorrow. I wrapped up Skyrim for now. I'll probably get back into it when I feel like Skyrim again. I did a lot of the main stuff, like all of the Dragonborn things and the Dawn Guard, like pretty much, and the Civil War. So the main stuff is pretty much done anyway. But I got to figure out what I'm doing Tuesday. When Tamagotchi Life comes out, I will be streaming that. I didn't play the original on 3DS, but I thought it would be really fun to make the people in chat Mii's in Tamagotchi and just see what kind of chaos happens and interactions go on between all the different Mii's, and I don't know, I think it'd be funny. Sorry, it's like 1:30 here and my brain is melting.
I just think we're done an hour earlier than usual.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it was like 6 hours last time I was on, so an hour and a half earlier.
There you go.
And then I did hit a stream goal. I'm a little nervous and a bit terrified, but I will be doing a stream of Resident Evil 9. And you guys know I hate scary and like faces melting off and all that.
Oh,
so I'll definitely be crying and very uncomfortable. So it should be entertaining for you guys.
You're totally not gonna freak out in the very first area you do anything in at all.
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like the gray stuff's probably gonna be the worst of it. I feel like once I'm
It is.
Leon, I could be a badass and like
For scariness, yeah.
do shit. I'd be like, all right, cool.
Yeah, when you're
But I'll
Leon,
be
you're,
like,
you're just a fucking.
I'm probably
badass.
gonna have to do third person.
Don't do it. Do first person for
all right. I'll
Grace,
try the
and
first
third
person because
for
that's the
Leon.
intention.
When you're live streaming, make sure you
But-
darken your room as well. You gotta set the vibe.
And
Well, I have
headphones.
to have the studio lights on, but other than that, I'll have
Nope.
I do turn the other.
Nope.
Nope.
So.
No,
No?
Nope.
All right,
We don't even
guys.
wanna, like,
Poor
see
lighting.
you
You
with
won't
your
even get to
glow
see how
dark.
scared I am.
Let the glow of your monitor light your face. and
Glow of the
Scary.
All
Keep
right,
the scariness.
I'll
Telling
do
you.
it.
Your chat will appreciate it. And you freak yourself out even more, so the reactions will be even better.
And balance a glass of milk on your head while you play.
That's a guarantee. That's a promise.
She doesn't do it often, but last time my dog started barking, I think she saw a deer outside. It scared the shit out of me. So I'm like, please don't do that while I'm playing that game.
Then we got the Game Bird Classic. Slimy.
What's up? Very, very, very. You guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Just did my first live stream, my first true live stream yesterday. I will be doing that every Tuesday night going forward. I'm probably going to I might start a little bit later, 30 minutes later next week at 7:30, but I'll be doing a post about that with the time, as well as I'm working on this was phase 1, the live stream. I had talked about it before. Phase 2 is ensuring at least one video drop a week on the channel. So now I'm working towards getting phase 2 going. That includes discussion videos, game reviews, and a lot more fun stuff, some collaborations and all that goodness. So definitely stay tuned. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys all there. I had a lot of fun live streaming last night. I imagine it's only going to get better as I get a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more familiar with it. And worst case scenario, I could just say Prime and Alyssa never taught me what to do or gave me any tips. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Stash Man.
All right, so I just posted a review this morning at 3 a.m. for Chain Staff. Awesome game. I compared it to Contra meets Mega Man X meets Bionic Commando, and definitely worth checking out. Checking out the review if you like that stuff. It's priced very well too at $15. So outside of that, I mean, I got a lot I'm working on. Cinderia on Steam. Reanimal, wrapping that up. Grime 2, South of Midnight. Starfield on PS5. I got Bubble Bobble 3. It's not out yet. I don't even think it's really announced. I'm a big Bubble Bobble fan, and that's coming out in like the next 2 weeks. We got Replaced coming up. Bird, I know you're going to be playing that.
Hell yeah.
Jonathan, you going to be playing Replaced?
Yeah, it wasn't on my radar, and then I played it at GDC, and I was like, wait, this is actually kind of fire.
Yeah. I'm very excited for it. Is anyone else going to be playing that? Alyssa, Ryan?
What game?
Replaced? This game's been in development for like, it was about
It's been
7
a
years,
long
right?
time.
It's about 7 years now. Yeah.
It means it
it's
can't live
wild.
up to the hype. Not playing it.
Yeah, definitely won't.
Now you think what
Prime
GTA
4 all
6
over again.
GTA 6 has been in development too long. Can't
Oh,
play it.
GTA 6 can't live up to the hype. That game is going to be destroyed. It's a completely different. Nah, I feel really bad for them.
It's a 6.
See, I'm not that hyped for it, so it's not that hard to impress me.
Port.
What else? Mouse BI, of course.
Port.
Pragmata. And Saint Slayer. I got that right now. That comes out on, I think, the 21st. Embargo's on the 17th. And the new Jay and Silent Bob game. The new beat 'em up.
That was a GDC too. That one's cool.
Nice. And then Little Nightmares VR. I should be getting my hands on that soon for PSVR 2. And then there's a couple I can't talk about. There's a lot coming, man.
ones?
There's a lot coming. Holy shit. There's a lot. No sleep for Steve. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay. Guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. You can follow me everywhere. I mostly am active on X and YouTube, but sometimes you'll see me active over on Blue Sky a bit. The Facebook page I don't really do much with anymore. So, technically I have a TikTok. I would like to start live streaming the podcast over there, but I have to like join some stupid company to get access to do. It's so stupid. I can stream on TikTok, by the way, guys, from my phone. But if I want to stream from using, StreamYard or OBS or anything, you got to use a company. It's so stupid. So I'm trying to sort that out a little bit. But setting that aside, guys, I just post news every single day. We're talking about the latest rumors, leaks, news, whatever for Nintendo's platform, or anything surrounding Nintendo, like the movies or Lego sets and all that stuff that we bring up. You can follow me here at Nintendo Prime. Also, be sure to follow the Nintenbyte Podcast Clips channel. Recently crossed 3,000 subscribers over there. So I know Eric's not here to plug it, but hey, he manages that whole channel over there. Does a great job. Also, I do apologize to Eric. I did not get the stream set up over there for today. Totally slipped my mind because he does it every single week, so I've never had to set it up for him. But whatever. I guess there'll be a gap in the episodes over there. It's fine. He puts all the clips up anyways, guys. So you check it out, each segment that you're interested in. And then everywhere audio podcasts are heard, we get the audio version up the next day after the live version. We're live every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central. If you listen to the audio version, I would appreciate if you guys would drop a review. It just helps spread awareness, whether you like or dislike it. If you dislike it, cool. You'll spread awareness the show sucks. If you love it, you spread awareness that you can come here to get all the cream. That's it. Catch you guys next week.